A very good morning and a warm welcome to all. After the masterclasses, we are now ready with our second plenary session. We had the first plenary session yesterday, and this is equally compelling agenda for the plenary session that we have put together. So the theme for this plenary session is India, a hub for global financial innovation, engineering and managing security of global finance. So this session would be talking about how India is increasingly becoming a preferred destination where large financial organizations are setting up their cybersecurity GCCs, and of course the innovation that is happening in the country from a financial standpoint. So in order to take the discussion forward, let me invite the speakers for this particular session. We have Mr. Ramchandra Kulkarni, Managing Director, Technology Risk for Goldman Sachs. Then we have Mr. Anthony Prakash, CISO for NPCI.
Hi, good morning to everyone.
Then we have Mr. KK Jain, co-founder and CEO for InsurePays.
Hi everyone, good morning.
And now let me welcome the moderator for the session, Mr. Subba Rao Peruppa, Managing Director and India CTO of JP Morgan Chase and Company. Welcome to all of you. Mr. Subba, over to you for the session.
Good morning, everyone.
Mr. Subba, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Aditya.
Yes, so over to you, Mr. Subba, for the session.
All right. So let me start. First of all, thank you DSCI for organizing this great event. So I'm going to start asking a few questions to these, the esteemed panel. So I'll start with the question one, which is the RBI opened Innovation Hub in order to improve collaboration between various stakeholders of the ecosystems, financial institutions, tech industries, and academia. For such collaboration to succeed, what are the key things that we should focus on? Also, India's robust plan in the digital infrastructure innovations is making headlines. How critical do you think is the role played by cybersecurity and data protection? So, Anthony, can you respond?
Yes. Once again, good morning to everyone. And I'll take the second half of the question first, and then I'll respond to the first half. See, as a CISO, I'll take cybersecurity and data protection. And this should be an integral part of design and development for any innovation. And any solution today or future has to deal with the cyber threat and the restriction related to the data handling. Example, for any innovation to be a path breaking or a widely accepted, or it not only addresses the current issue in hand, but also have a roadmap for the future threats. See, about a few weeks back, I was reading a book from Peter Thiel's as well, which is 0 to 1. It also talks on the innovation. What he talks in the one sentence is, an innovation can make a vertical progress if it only bets on changing the future state, meaning we should be ready. Hence, it is not enough to have a path breaking, but also equal important to measure the sustainability as well as to sustain growing for the real world scenario. So coming to the second part of that is the first part of the question, for India to grow in a robust innovation center with a key focus area, some of the points I have listed is with respect to skill development and the knowledge sharing. What do we mean by that? The skill development, the need to see the threat as an opportunity to build the capacity and learn the nuances for dealing with the growing vulnerabilities. Example, if I want to tell you, see, the niche skill in the market includes the AML as well, the cloud technology, and the data engineering, where we need to focus more. With respect to the knowledge sharing, we all know the threat intel platform. There are so many threat intel providers. We need to collaborate with all the threat intel providers. The reason is some of them picks the threat faster than the other one. Vice versa also is happening. That is one of the collaboration thing which needs to be done. And another thing is to measure the countermeasure the vulnerabilities, which is still awaiting for the patches. So this is the first point for me. The second point, what I was thinking in the focus area is the vision and foresight to anticipate the threats. While the breach and the attack is unavoidable in the digital world, the challenge lies in taking the appropriate step to reduce the breach, is what I could guess. And I could also tell you how proactively we can respond to the threat in a efficient manner is also one of the key point what I would also focus on this. And the example I'll tell you, the emerging technologies, example, take it 5G or a deep fakes or cross-sector targeting. Example, as a CISO, the 5G, if I'm more concerned because the mobile phone user can become a big potential threat actor. And if I take off a deep fakes, you see the morph videos generated by the AI. It looks as if very, very real as well. And the cross-sector targeting, which we feel that is happening as well as we speak, because though you might have had a robust system to have the security standards and everything in place, what are the supply chain to you is more critical. Meaning supply chain, if you build a data center, you have a resiliency built in. But the supply chain can be with respect to power, link, etc. So these are the some of the real foresight to see the anticipated threat is one thing we have seen. The third point which I want to take is there are a lot of tools to identify the behavior patterns and detect the anomalies. That is also one of the important things, because I was in some forum where I see people don't have the second factor authentication at all still, though we inculcate this in the security from the day one. See, so identity based authentication should be there. There is another thing called NBAD, they will tell, network behavior analysis. So that analyzes the behavior patterns and maps it very clearly in your system and tells us whether any anomaly has been detected. So these are the few things which I could foresee on this. And over to you, Subara.
Excellent, Anthony. Thank you. And KK, you want to add anything here?
Sure. 2 points from my side, from the RBI Open Innovation Hub perspective, right? From what I personally believe as an entrepreneur is that from mere regulation, we need to move towards effective regulation era. And I firmly believe that regulators like Reserve Bank of India, the IRDAI, the SEBI, etc., are moving in that direction, undoubtedly. Right? However, we need to improve that pace and reduce the space between regulator and innovators, alias startups. Because today, also, if you look out, there is a lot of Chinese wall between a regulator and an innovator out there, right? The accessibility to the regulator is very, very limited, restricted. We need to perhaps come out of that, right? The last piece is that any collaboration between various stakeholders of the ecosystem is only meaningful and successful only if it's built with an intent to co-create and coexist together, right? Of late, we see that given the Indian social fabric, right, we are open to co-creation, but are we open to coexist? What I mean by that is the large giant institution willing to exist with a nimble and agile startup and grow together or not? If these kind of mindsets and ecosystem can be collaborated together, I feel we have got a better future when it comes to global innovation centered around India.
Excellent. Excellent, KK. Ram, any closing comments on this from you? We can't hear you, Ram. You may be on mute.
Are you able to hear me now? Yeah, thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, just a couple of points to in my comments on this. One is in terms of when institutions used to look at investment decisions till what 3-4 years back, we were looking at all the usual stuff in terms of how what is the geopolitical status, how stable is the law and order in that particular place, what are the industry incentives, what is the legal framework. I mean, these are some of the things that we were looking from an investments point of view. Now, what is also coming in is what kind of data regime is there in this particular part of the geography, what data protection laws are there. So I mean, these two are now becoming critical component of your investment decision making, and this is a trend which is happening in the last 3 to 5 years. And I think any country, state which wants to seek investment, wants to perform large scale innovation, I think a fairly robust end-to-end data regime is pretty important. The second is something that I just probably to some extent reiterate what Anthony said in terms of what we need to do. Is one of the most critical aspect is high quality cyber education through academic programs. We have, I mean, when I say high quality cyber education, it's like more deep cyber engineering security skill as opposed to generic skills. We have a few good programs in some institutions, but we need much more programs and much more engineers with these skills to be able to position India rightly and innovate at scale. So those are the 2 points that I would talk about: data regime coming into decision making and the need for high quality engineering skills.
Yeah, spot on, Ram. I think that I think collective inputs will be definitely useful in in making this innovation center successful. So the second point, right, that I would like to discuss among this group is the security and privacy are the biggest challenges, right, for India to become the global innovation center. So how can we as a technology leaders and technocrats, right, ensure security and privacy become integral part of the financial applications and fintech development? So for this one, right, so I think I also want to share my opinion about this, and then we will hand it over to maybe Anthony. You can add few more details, right? So first of all, before I share my opinion, as standard disclosure, these are nothing connected to the JP Morgan, and all the views that I'm sharing are my personal views with the industry for a little more than 2.5 decades. So the point number one that I think of is developing a fintech application. If you really look at the soup to nuts, right, is like kind of a complicated, time-consuming, and it's an expensive, journey, right? And that too, like if you have a strong a development team with the relevant experience and exposure, I think that will make things easy. But if you have folks who do not have this exposure, it's always a big deal. And a couple of things that we need to be like really considering is for example, you need to go through that entire life cycle. Let's say, a lot of people talk about the onboarding and everything, but when a client offboards, what we are going to do with the data, the client's data for different geographies, right? What we're going to do with the identity management. What are the different cybersecurity concerns and different regulatory concerns that like KYC, like the GDPR, and then for Japan, it's like APPI, and all these different regional regulatory requirements, right? So at least with the lessons that I learned, I think I would strongly recommend that DevSecOps is one of the best way to move forward. And we should talk about like multiple things, right? So number one, what are our data encryption standards? Like how we are encrypting data, whether it is an RSA or like a two-factor authentication or the 3DS, right? What are the different ways that we are adopting both for the data in rest and data in motion? Number one. And number two, like the role-based access. I think we should be like a super clear with the RBAC methodologies, which is how or what sort of accesses that are minimum things that are required for this particular role to be successful, right? And then we also need to have a lot of application logic that's built into this overall process, which is for to execute certain transactions? Are we like really doing the one-time password like an OTPs like sending to the customers, and then mandatory password change after certain times, and then even the duration of the session, like which is like on short duration of the sessions, those kind of things. And on top of it, right, there are very good and recommended practices that most of the institutions follow, which is the bulk data export, right? We should never allow, unless it is really, really required, more than 7 or 8 number of customer details in one screen. We're not allowing end users to do bulk data export from the system, right? The other thing we should also look at it is from the testing standpoint, right? We need to really look at how robust our application, the application that the fintech solution is. Build a professional security testing team, and at every phase of this, the deployment process, make sure that we are doing a lot more penetration tests and all these different type of tests, and then instill the right level of scanning, like both the open source scanning, static scan, and all these different scans. And then we need to refresh the policies on a periodic basis so that we are super compliant with the entire process. So now we can talk about on and on, but I think these are the important ones that, in my view, that we should really apply in building a robust application. So Anthony, anything that you want to add here?
Yes, if I touch upon a few more things, see, with respect to my practical experience as well, the current focus of all financial apps and fintech, I see the more vision goes towards improving the performance improvement. What we have seen is the apps is built, and the less important is given to the security aspect and for that product as well. See, with the growing penetration of internet, it has to be understood that all the attack surfaces is also expanding. A single example, a single vulnerable financial app without an appropriate security check can give a big threat to the payment industry or any banking industry, which I belong. Example, we do most of the AppSec and code review also. We have seen a lot of gaps in that, and we make sure that these gaps are addressed while developing itself in the fintech app. That is the most important thing everybody has to learn before developing an app. And another thing, after developing an app also, we have seen some scenario example. The app is not sharing a PCI data and not in a correct format. Example, you can tell my data is encrypted, everything, but the logging of card data is in the unencrypted format. So there are a lot of mix and match. So it has to be continuous evaluation of the AppSec and source code review, which can give you, and which has to be taken as a bigger thing in any development, and that gives you a better thing to implement in the security and the privacy. And when we develop all these things, the team, I also tell them, you have to think on the different industry geography, which you have earlier touched as well. Example, the current standards vary from geographically. Example, CCPA for America is there, whereas if I develop something for a health industry, HIPAA is there, PCI for the card and payment, so COPA for web service. All this has to be taken into consideration, and we also seen that there are PI, personal information. PI information is also differs from nation to nation. We have something designated. Some country has something more stringent. So these are all has to be taken into consideration. And
no, I think you're absolutely right, Anthony. Right? See, if you look at with the California consumer privacy, right? Just for the state started adding more, and a lot of other states are within the US are like considering these kind of things too. So it's going to be like a little more complex, and we need to be a lot more thoughtful in what is the best way to implement these type of regulations, like through a parameter base, or how do we implement these things so that wherever the customer base is there, so that it's easy for us to scale to the needs of these the different customers in the different geographies, right?
Correct. Yes.
That's awesome. All right, so I'll move on to the next topic, which is the again, this is a very, very interesting piece, right? So the India's innovation story is overall inclusion, right? And be it reaching out to the rural sector, be it government reach to the MSME sector, right? But COVID has impacted the pace of it all, right? How can government push the innovation and its reach towards MSME, right? So this, this is my, in fact, a favorite topic, and I do talk to, a lot of people in the MSME sector, and then see like, how people are looking at it. So before we, get the panel views, right, I would like to share a couple of my thoughts as well. See, if you look at some of the statistics, right? Approximately 6 crore MSMEs are contributing to 1/3 of the India GDP. Right, 6 crore MSMEs are contributing to 1/3 of the GDP, and the vision for the government is to these things will it's going to rapidly increase, and then probably close to half of the GDP should be coming from these MSME sector. Right, and also like interestingly, 11 crore jobs are coming out of this MSME sector, right, which is a big number. And if we are not hit with COVID, the expectation is additional 4 to 5 crore jobs will be adding in the next couple of years. But unfortunately, got hit with the COVID sector. And if you look at the key problems in this space, 80% of them are not registered, right? And we don't know like what different sectors that are there underneath that, and the different challenges. And coming to the biggest challenges, right? It's the credit supply, right? Most of these MSMEs are for the credit, right? They're purely dependent on NBFCs and the MFIs. Like, how do we how can we can bring these things under the bank's purview and then make it a lot more accessible to the credit? And second piece is ease of doing business, right? So how do we offer like collateral-free loans, or like even special liquidity schemes that government can start? And also, I would definitely, my personal opinion, which is the regulatory cholesterol, that's there in this space. Even to open this MSME side of it, still a lot of services and approvals are required. Number one, and which is either a construction permit or enforcing some of the contracts, and then the taxes, which is not encouraging the investors to looking at all these things, right? Break even will is like really far in this space. And my favorite piece is the technology advancement. If you look at the MSME industry, by and large, a lot of obsolete technologies are in play, and most of them are not leveraging the newer technologies, which is pretty easy to spin off and very less cost. But again, not much of a knowledge in this. So government already like started a lot of effort in this space, and then they're spinning off a lot of technology centers to educate and then to train. But I think the effort should be like 10 or like a 10x or 20x type of that effort that's currently going on. So I would like to hear Ram or Anthony, like your views on what what else like we can do to revive this sector which got hit with COVID.
Okay, couple of points from my side. As I was thinking when we were talking as well. See, there are many new startups are coming up in India. It is important that to provide them the incubation environment to grow. See, and we have seen because of COVID-19, a lot of MSMEs are struggling because of the impairment of supply chains as well. Because the supply chain is cut, then it is becoming a real problem. As a result, the whole ecosystem shown a decline in the production and the growth. So, so the MSME thus requires support from the industry as well as the government. See, as everyone agree, there is a huge potential for fintech that is remain untapped for the rural industry. They can focus on many MSMEs. In order to have that MSME, government should also open to the idea forum and reward people who come up with some innovative and the cost-effective solution to address the public issue. And another thing I was thinking was on the big bounty program, which we do for fixing the known and unknown issue. It can be also considered. That is a few points which came into my thought as well.
Excellent. I think these are great, right? So the fourth question, right, KK, it's to you, which is how to balance the trade-offs among the three factors, right? Which is the the rapid changes brought about the tech or innovation and compliance and regulations, like old, new, or like things are coming, and finally the large existing base of legacy systems processes that span the spectrum from low end to high end, and the inclusion is necessary. So what are your recommendations and then the trade-offs between these three?
Awesome. See, personally, if you look out, and everyone would agree with this, that change is inevitable, and the pandemic has only imposed, if not preponed, that change on everyone's life. Right. With that in place, the only way, with my limited experience, what I foresee is that whatever the 3 points you have mentioned about, balancing those 3 points for any business, irrespective of the size and sector we represent, is going to be a basic hygiene any business model should incorporate. And for that to happen, the 3 things which I always believe that should be a integral part of your organizational culture is that you should be agile, you should always be grounded, that is connected with your customers, and you should be responsible towards the law of land. Right? If you can follow these 3 basics, be agile, be grounded, and be responsible, right? You need not do trade-offs. You will always be looking forward to balance between these 3 points, which is rapid changes brought about by technology or innovations, compliances, and rest all. Further, if you look out, what I also believe that corporates, regulators, and academia should create an internal environment that encourages people to fail, right? Today, whether we like or dislike, the appraisals are basically a tool measurement basis the targets we have achieved, right? How can we inculcate a culture wherein we basically incentivize people to take the challenges, risk, and perhaps fail, right? And that's perhaps a right way one can do a balancing trade-offs between the 3 factors which we were discussing about, right? Third point would be that can we as large institutions bring fresh brains or fresh legs inside the boardrooms so that we can challenge the legacy systems and try to coexist along with the gray hairs and the black hairs together, right? That's what is very fundamentally important. Last piece, which is very, very close to my heart, and because I've been into financial services all through my life, earlier dealing with RBI and today dealing with IRDA with my latest endeavor, insurepace.com. I always believe compliances are good, but regulation should follow innovation, and it should not be the other way around. Ironically, in this great country, I'm leaving apart RBI, which has been very, very proactive as of today, right? But other regulators still are going very slow. They want innovation to follow regulation. If that happens, then it's no more an innovation, right? So if these are the 4 fundamentals, just to sum it up: be agile, be grounded, and be responsible. If you can do these 3 things, balancing becomes a way of life.
Yeah, and also if I can add the 4th one, KK, customer focus, right? I think let's say you're targeting some of these, core or segment of customers, right? And then probably what is the need for that customers at that moment too, right? I think if you can add that one, I think that's going to, hit the ball out of the park.
I agree. I completely align with that.
Right. All right. So the 5th one, Ram, this is to you. How do you build an architecture that is future-proof while also being stable and resilient and compliant?
Well, future-proof is a pretty interesting statement because it's hard. But definitely there are certain practices that we could do, we could adopt in terms of making sure any new things which are coming in, you are able to incorporate. And a lot of this is, fundamental tech architecture approaches serves very well here as well. And I can talk about 1 or 2 of those things, and there are many. Just building a system where there is no, I would say, go ahead and say no visibility to the end users in terms of underlying technologies to the end users by having like robust interfaces and guidelines and implementation hygiene. So probably what example I would take is something that we in Goldman Sachs built when we looked at our data lake. How do we look at building the lake? What are the contracts that we would want? What sorry, what are the technologies we use? And one of the things we built was on Scala. I mean, probably I'll not take the names, but one of the things we built was on using a particular interfacing and programming. And as we went along, spent 12, 18, 24 months, we realized that it's probably not scalable. So how did we? I mean, we had to move to another platform. And moving of that became so much easy because we didn't have to go to user groups, we didn't have to go to the customers of the lake or the custodians of data. We were able to do all the things in terms of our changes in the backend without any interfacing with users. That is because our underlying technologies were never exposed anyway to the users. I think that's a pretty important aspect of designing or architecting your technology approach. Second is a more, I mean, it's a pretty straightforward one. I mean, you build a modular approach. Obviously, when you are looking at any architecture, you should be able to build a modular approach so that taking out something or putting in something becomes much easier. And if you're looking at, let's say, a cloud scenario, the design of how do you look at control plane, how do you look at data plane, what information is exposed from each of the planes, and how do you ensure that the design and implementation team is segregated from the data plane access. These are like some of elements in terms of architecture when you are looking at in the cloud from a pure best practices point of view. I mean, just coming from a cyber security point of view, if I want to build an architecture today, what are the 4 or 5? I mean, these are in no order or these are in no way complete. But I would say some of the things that I would consider is my architecture should be able to integrate SOAR platform, which is one of the key upcoming things in cybersecurity, where I should be able to do security orchestration. I should be able to automate my runbooks. I should be able to automate lots of my forensics part in terms of investigation and use institutional data sources. So how do you do that is obviously through the SOAR platform. But when you build architecture, if you create something which will allow to integrate easily, that would make life easier. And we spoke about DevSecOps earlier a few minutes back, and in fact, most of the studies predict that there will be a significant leaning towards DevSecOps in the coming days, months, years, in terms of how dev teams are looking at that. So you should definitely look at an architecture which allows and encourages fast incorporation of DevSecOps model. The other thing is incorporation of zero trust. A lot of organizations are thinking. Some are in probably the first 10, 15, 20% stages. So this is something which is going to happen in the next 2 to 4 years. So I would definitely consider this if I'm doing architecture. And the last couple of things I would also say is integrate with some really good open source platforms. I mean, when you are looking at how do I do detection from a threat management point of view, you want to do the fastest way you can do detection. I mean, the current most of the systems are batch-based detection versus a stream-based detection, where you use platforms like KSQL to allow you to early detect and early respond to particular threats. And then the last one is in terms of when you do cybersecurity, one of the perils is how do you store logs and how do you manage data. And there are ways and means to achieve this efficiently. One of the ways is through an elastic cloud storage, which will allow you to retrieve logs very, very efficiently compared to traditional method where you have manual tools pulling logs for you. So your architecture, if it can incorporate ability to implement elastic cloud storage, that would be a pretty big component of your cybersecurity investigations. So this is what I would say in terms of basic principles of how do you design and architect at this moment, and what are let's say, top 5 things that I would consider from a cybersecurity point of view as we speak. Obviously, this is a bit of a moving target.
Yeah. So I think like we only have like little more than 8 minutes. So I'll jump on to the next question. Ram, if you can stay with me. India is increasingly becoming the preferred destination for financial majors setting up cybersecurity GCCs and centers in India, right? How do you see this trend shaping up going forward? We can't hear you.
Sorry. You're right. I mean, there are many financial services organizations which have either built or in the process of building, well, I would say in some cases, reasonably large cybersecurity practice here in India. In fact, I mean, obviously not now, but pre-COVID, there were at least a couple of visitors for me. I'm sure, Subha, you would also be having those visitors from various parts of the world coming to India to learn how organizations have set up, obviously not just cybersecurity practice, but generally the back office functions as we call, or GCCs, innovation centers. I mean, there are a number of names for that. And then some of the aspects that they always used to talk in terms of our discussion is how do we look at data handling in India? If I share data to another country, will it be safe? What are the steps we are taking? How are we looking at concentration risk? How do we manage to own critical global programs? These were some of the conversations, and these continue to be the conversations that are being held. And in terms of what do I see as a trend, I see the current curve still going up in the short term in terms of gradual build-up of cybersecurity centers, and in the medium to long term, depending on what what our country does in terms of various factors that we discussed in the last 20, 30, 40 minutes, I think it has the potential to significantly accelerate. That is what I would think is a particular trend that is happening. Some of the key drivers that we are looking, I mean, organizations are looking, is obviously getting dispersed capability in execution. That means if I have multiple locations, especially in cybersecurity, where we are seeing increased zero-day issues, we are seeing increased demand in terms of faster responses. If you have dispersed capability across the globe, that would serve the purpose pretty well. And in terms of even the threat landscape as it is evolving, we need more and more diversity in handling the cyber threats, and we need people who are skilled in various areas, and they see India as an ideal destination for that. Just as I wouldn't say a disadvantage, but something that we need to look at, and something which is already changing. One is the deep engineering skill set. I think we are pretty good in running security operations center. We are pretty good in pen testing, application code reviews. But in terms of deep engineering skills, it is there, but it needs to be much more. So that is one thing that we need to focus on. Second is in terms of senior leadership. Again, there is a difference between I report to somebody in New York or in London or Hong Kong or else, versus I run this program for the firm, and that is where the leadership comes, and what is the seat on the table that you have. I think that is fairly limited at this moment. Definitely changing reasonably rapidly. So, I mean, if we were to have this conversation in 12, 18 months' time, I think we will have a different picture. But at this time, in terms of just leadership and presence in the global management chain, the current position is reasonably limited. So these are the two things that we would want to work. But, I mean, the trend is pretty positive.
Let me give you a couple of stats. This industry, right, in 2019, it's around a little more than $2 billion, right? So there is a great report by Rama Vedashree, madam, she's the the CEO of the DSCI at the India level, and then Siddharth Vishwanathan from PwC. I strongly encourage people to look at that report, and this report has got like a multiple sections, which is available on the internet. And this talks about the growth of especially this particular space, right? It's by 22, like from 2 billion in 2019, this is going to be 3 billion in 2022, by 2022. So which is a big thing actually, right? And if you look at the CAGR, it's the 15% of growth. And if you look at the rest of the world, which is only at 10%, so we are like growing at 1.5 times than the rest of the world. So the opportunities are like tremendous. And if you look at the segments, which segments are like really contributing, especially in the service sector, of course, like the BFSI is number one, and then IT and ITES are contributing to more than 1/3 of the demand, right? These three, and predominantly BFSI is especially with the regulations, but IT and ITSs are a lot of work that's coming because of, we spoke a little bit about the KYC, and then CCPA, and then GDPR, and then all these, the Japanese regulation. Every country has got a lot of regulations, and then how we are going to comply. And if you look at IT and ITS services, like we are serving more than 90 plus different countries, and then you are like obligated to know and then support all these the data that you are doing it. So overall, right, I think this is a growing industry, and I personally witnessed when we go for a lot of campus hires, like students are a lot more enthusiastic in learning the cyber technologies. There are people who want to build their careers into the cyber and then the privacy, and it's that predominant right now. And we can start seeing these things in the in the ecosystem, right? So I know we have like 2 more minutes. I want to make sure that we cover everything. And any questions from the people who are attending, feel free to put in that questions, and we'll be happy to take any questions from the audience. While we are getting these questions, any final comments, KK, Anthony, and Ram, and Aditya?
See, simply, I can tell you one thing.
We can't hear you. Go ahead.
Can I? Hello?
Go ahead, Anthony.
Okay. See, only one thing on the same point is what makes India as an outlier in the field of fintech and payment innovation is that rapid adoption of tech by masses. See, example, I can take our own product at UPA, where we have seen the methodic rise as well. See, and according to the current trend, which I was reading about some time back also, we are currently ahead of European Union and America in terms of interoperability, as well as the future set availability related to the financial product. However, there is still a long way to go with respect to the Asian countries like China and South Korea. Okay, that is what I want to tell you.
Great.
That
Aditya, there's a question from the audience, right?
Correct, sir. So the question goes like this. This is open to the whole panel. So it says how India is expected to fare when it comes to the financial innovation in short to medium term. That is part 1 of the question. Part 2 says how strong are its credentials when it is about managing the security of global finance.
KK, Anthony. See, some of the important things with respect to the security standards is, see, whenever we develop something, we need to have that PIM solution implemented. And apart from this, from a security standards, everything has to go through your vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, which gives the more mobility and more flexibility in terms of addressing the issue later as well. And day zero is one of the important thing, buzzword in the last 1 year because of people working from home. We need to have the periphery fully secured, and there are a lot of things with respect to periphery also. See, example, how do you can, from a security angle, how do you instigate the phishing attack to the employee, self-employees also? The awareness comes into picture, how we are, and how the employees also, because most of them, the attacks happen internally as well. People are unaware. How do you educate them? These are some of the things we need to see and see that. And another important thing is user behavior analysis. Some of the good tools are there, which you can also see the trend. I will definitely see most of the things coming from external is also related to our internal flaw. So when we have that internal thing secured, that gap is secured, then we can avoid the external threat. That is the point what I want to make.
Yeah, you're spot on, Anthony, and just want to add, right? Yes, the buy-in is there from the rest of the world, and then the talent is like growing, and then if you look at the number of applications and the number of solutions that are coming from this region, and I'm like really proud. Do we have an opportunity? Yes, like we do have an opportunity in strengthening, especially integrating with the existing systems, right? When your solution is there, how your solution is going to coexist or replace the existing or the legacy platform, that will provide a faster, better, cheaper to the customers that are using it, right? I think that's the key, right? As long as you are able to show the value for the ecosystem of the customer, yes. And when I see a great future, and then the innovative minds and then the thought leadership that's coming from the ground, is definitely like in the right direction.
Perfect. So that, I think, perfectly answers the question. So thank you so much. I think that's all time we had for this panel discussion. Thank you so much, Mr. Subba, for the excellent moderation. Thank you so much, Mr. Ramchandran, Mr. KK, and Mr. Anthony for joining in and sharing your insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the keynote session on the second day of FinSec Conclave 2021. Our first keynote of the day is from our gold partner, Microsoft. And representing Microsoft, we have with us Mr. Anish Dhawan, Director of Security Solutions. Mr. Dhawan, you're welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much. Vikas, can you hear me well?
I can hear you, sir.
I'm just presenting my screen. Just let me know once you see that as well.
Sure.
Looks okay?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You can maybe put it in the presenter's mode now.
I'll do that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining me today. First, let me begin by saying that I hope you and your families are safe and healthy. My role at Microsoft is to represent you all within my organization. Take your challenges, bring in the richness of solutions from Microsoft and its partner ecosystem to solve those. And for the new ones, engage folks from engineering who constantly gather similar insights across the world to formalize their roadmaps and future priorities. What you see in front of you is a typical 2.5-year plan to enable work from anywhere scenario for an enterprise. That just got crunched to 2 months, something most of you would have witnessed in your respective organizations during the early stages of pandemic, provided your organization had that operational resilience. 54% of CISOs when surveyed said that their operational resilience plans prepared them adequately for the pandemic. This also means almost half weren't prepared for any kind of disruption. When billions of people formed the largest remote workforce pretty much overnight, we knew security and compliance challenges would not be small. If anything, this pandemic is helping us with, it is pushing our tech industry to forge ahead, and alongside accessing data securely and digitally is becoming more and more crucial. What we also witnessed, and you would have heard that yesterday, we heard that today, are the ever growing cyber attacks in volume, frequency, and techniques causing significant business impact. This will grow unabated until some significant changes are adopted within the industry. Attacks on network, identity, or operational technologies such as IoT are becoming more and more common. But what is striking is the growth of the new generation of human-operated ransomware, also popularly called HUMA, that started popping up around June 2019 and has come a long way since the CryptoLocker days of 2013. It has grown into a deadly business model, blending targeted attacks that we've seen in isolation with an extortion business model. And we need to watch out for this because of its high business impact. Previous attacker models could be managed with limited security improvements compared to now the entire organization getting targeted with customized attacks driven by determined human intelligence. So they can navigate now, right? And that intelligence is there. This is highly profitable for attackers as it gives the best ROI, and which better vertical than financial services to look at. And even after you settle this, there is no guarantee that the payment will result in decryption key or that the data won't be sold on the dark web. Additionally, there's a lot of room for these attacks to grow as there is always a massive backlog in security hygiene issues that they could potentially exploit. Much like COVID-19 shifted the long-standing industry perceptions on BYOD and remote work, human-operated ransomware will likely trigger fundamental shifts in the cybersecurity industry. Remember what I said earlier. Not everybody was ready for financially or organizationally for the pandemic. This means that the organizations are still trying to catch up. With 42% of organizations saying their workforce will continue to be remote even a year from now, future-proofing data risk will mean the difference between success and struggle. Today, we serve billions of customers globally, and aggregation of their security signals from diverse spectrum of companies, organizations, consumers gives us a unique vantage point. We ingest over 8 trillion of security signals, some of them you're seeing on the screen right now, per day, for potential malicious activities in emails, on devices, in authentications, and in cloud applications that people log in for work and for personal life. The insights and trends from these are then brought to life in our AI ML powered intelligence security graph, which is the soul of our security services that help proactively protect your digital estate against latest threats. In addition to these, we have thousands of security experts working round the clock across 77 industries. Our hope is that by continually sharing insights that we and other industry derive from the work we do, we will empower everyone to defend the online ecosystem more effectively. With COVID-19 pandemic, we saw an acceleration of two major shifts. We saw acceleration of two major shifts that meant difference between the success and struggle. We saw zero trust shift from a business option to a business imperative in the first 2 weeks of the pandemic. Companies who were relying on traditional security methods, and like few gentlemen on the panel also talked about, like antiviruses, firewalls, etc., the traditional methods, right, were more susceptible to COVID-19 themed attacks and were less able to meet the demands of newly formed remote workforce. Strengthening a security posture begins by adopting a zero trust philosophy. Zero trust provides modern security framework to manage complexity of today's organization. A holistic approach to zero trust should extend throughout the digital state. It serves as an integrated security philosophy as well as an end-to-end strategy. And it is based on 3 principles. The first being verify explicitly. Rather than trust users or devices implicitly because they are on the corporate network, it is critical to assume zero trust and verify each transaction explicitly. This means enabling strong authentication and authorization based on all available data points, including user identity, location, device health, services, and other anomalies that you may be able to figure out. The second one is use least privileged access principles to grant access to people only when they need it, for as long as they need it, and for the specific task at hand only, and nothing beyond that. The third one is assume breach. Finally, operate with the assumption that you have been breached, and then apply techniques such as micro-segmentation and real-time behavioral analytics to detect attacks more quickly. The idea is to reduce the detection time to as low as possible. With identity being the new perimeter to your digital estate and your most prized asset that criminals are after, in a zero trust model, you will need to define identities for everyone and everything. Whether they represent people, services, or devices, or IoT devices, the latest being there. This defines the control plane in which all the access decisions are made and will rely on pervasive threat signals and insights. Connecting the dots provides greater visibility to prevent, detect, and respond to distributed and sophisticated attack and campaigns. That's why having a strong identity solution is the critical first step of any zero trust security approach. Broadly, zero trust controls should be implemented across 6 foundational elements. When an identity attempts to access a resource, we need to verify that the identity with strong authentication and ensure access is compliant, keeping in mind the least privilege access principles that we've created for ourselves. Once access has been granted, data can flow in a variety of directions across personal, partner, corporate devices, across on-prem and cloud workloads, creating a massive attack surface area, which requires constant device health monitoring and compliance enforcement. Wherever possible, data should be classified, labeled, encrypted, and access restricted so that it remains safe and at rest as well as in transit. Applications and APIs provide the interface by which data is consumed, therefore shadow IT must be discovered. And appropriate in-app permissions, monitoring of any kind of abnormal behavior, and validation of secure configurations is very important. Infrastructure, whether on-premise, cloud-based, or microservices, represent another critical threat vector. So version assessment, configuration assessment, just-in-time access are necessary to harden the defense. Active telemetry is required to detect attacks, anomalies, automatic flagging of risky behaviors, and consequent protective actions. All data is ultimately accessed over networks, and networking controls can help prevent attackers from moving laterally over the network. Therefore, the networks also should be micro-segmented, and real-time threat protection, end-to-end encryption, and analytics should be employed to catch them early. All policies should get automatically enforced at the time of access and continue throughout the session based on the role, location, behavior patterns, data sensitivity, applications, and device security. Humans obviously can't react fast enough to attacks happening today. Therefore, integrating intelligence from telemetry with policy-based response for real-time automated threat protection is very important. It's in fact crucial. Because we believe organizations need to embrace zero trust, we've built that into heart of our products and services. Our integrated solutions offer built-in zero trust controls so that you can implement your security model, the zero trust security model, at scale across your digital estate. To make zero trust a reality, in case you're already on that journey, all of you as security leaders who will have to check the following. Does zero trust come to you intuitively? And if it does it to every citizen of your organization? Have you established a V team with your stakeholders on zero trust? Do you know where you stand today? Do you know where you want to arrive? And do you have a buy-in from all members of C-level community in your organization to bridge the gap? If not, there's still work to do. We discussed trust. Let's move on to compliance. In my conversation with some of you and general industry conversations, these happen to be the three most popular misconceptions amongst many others. With multiple regulations already in place and the new ones like PDP and the few that got discussed in the panel earlier round the corner, it's pertinent that we clear these. So I'll cover them at a very broad level, as my colleague Ashish has already tackled them in depth in today's workshop in the morning. First one being regulations prevent cloud adoption. When the correct compliance capabilities are present, regulations don't prevent cloud adoption, and most regulators do not prohibit cloud adoptions. Rather, regulators across the board seem to focus on just one thing, and that's risk. Relook at IDRBT cloud security framework with the same lens and you will agree with me. The second one being cloud increases compliance risk. Depending on where an organization is in their cloud journey, there is a perception of increased risk when using cloud and an assumption that on-premise data center is safer. With capabilities built at least within the Microsoft services and Microsoft tools like Advanced eDiscovery or Compliance Manager, the risk of non-compliance is reduced drastically and achieving compliance is greatly simplified. Thirdly, control over enterprise data is lost. The control over enterprise data conversation starts at the foundation of who we are as a company. Microsoft has undergone the transformation to become the cloud-first, mobile-first organization whose core business is empowering our customers, and that's quite obvious in our vision as well. The cornerstones of that empowerment are trust and transparency. And by being transparent, we are confident in our ability to earn the trust of our customers and our partners. Operational resilience is an ability to sustain your business operations even in the face of a major event like a cyber attack. And talking to customers globally, we know most of them are not fully prepared to withstand any major cyber event. Operational resilience cannot be achieved without a true commitment to an investment in cyber resilience. It's about people, process, and technology. While majority of firms have a disaster recovery plan on paper, nearly a quarter of them have really not tested that on a very regular basis. Only 42% of the global executives are confident their organizations could recover from major cyber event without impacting their business. Every organization must have a cyber recovery plan. Imagine, if you will, the impact on your organization if you never planned and prepared for a natural disaster. A cyber event is pretty much the same. Same rules should apply for preparation, response, and recovery. As I mentioned earlier, combination of people, process, and technology is required to achieve cyber resilience and ultimately the operational resilience that I referred to earlier. For example, multi-factor authentication should be turned on for 100% of your employees, 100% of time, no exceptions, period. Every person with corporate network access, including full-time employees, consultants, and contractors, should be regularly trained to develop a cyber resilient mindset. Not only should they adhere to the security policies and the recently talked about identity-based access control, but they should also be alerting IT officials on all suspicious events and infections as soon as possible to help minimize the time to remediation. In fact, even time to the detection. This requires a lot of investment in educating teams. For example, every employee should understand the importance of a multi-factor authentication and how to recognize a phishing attempt. To maintain cyber resilience, you should have an ability to regulate, evaluate your risk threshold, and operationally execute the process through a combination of human efforts and AI-based technology products and services, which is where Microsoft can closely partner with you. And yes, the last point. As new threats surface, the industry introduced a security solution to address it. Our data centers are now fully loaded with multiple security solutions purpose-built to address a specific problem discovered over time. And every solution has a long tail. From solution, its management, its alert volume, operational skill set, the infrastructure needed to support them. These are just few that a customer shared with us. However, there are many more that we haven't discussed or don't get to discuss as much. Cross integration, vendor support, process overloads, vendor management, legal contracts, payments, I could go on and on. Additionally, in such loosely integrated solutions, it's a challenge to improve your security posture by swiftly gaining insight and acting on it. The second challenge is that supporting all those solutions, as you will need skill sets, resources, training for every product that is there in your data center, as it's a critical part of that integration. Thirdly, the issue resolution or investigation is a nightmare in many cases with all different vendors and a lot of finger pointing. Finally, the cost comes from all those complexities that we've not really talked about. A realization in most cases is that, if not all, is that you never get to use the product to their full capabilities, maybe just 50% at best. And that means paying 100% for a 30 to 50% of the features at best. So the recommendation that we would have is to consolidate as much as possible by looking at integrated security platform providers like Microsoft and there are many others as your partners in your cybersecurity journey. Let me summarize by saying that the rapid adoption of new data technologies, including AI, cloud-based storage, has made data risk a pervasive concern. Strong data management and a thorough understanding of related risks are critical to managing trust with data, both from within the organization and externally. By strengthening your security posture with zero trust, understanding that cyber resilience best practices actually help enhance business continuity, and examining business priorities and trends as we look past pandemic, you will help future-proof your data risk past the pandemic in this time of unprecedented change and unprecedented opportunity. With that, I would just like to thank you for being a patient audience and sincerely hope you found the session useful. Take good care of yourself and your loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dhawan, for sharing this really insightful talk with us about zero trust and added attributes. And we would now like to move on to our second keynote of the day. So I would like to invite Mr. David Meltzer, representing Tripwire. Mr. Meltzer is Chief Technology Officer at Tripwire.
Hello, everyone. I'm David Meltzer, the Chief Technology Officer at Tripwire. And today I'm going to be talking to you about security configuration management, an important part of any overall IT security program. As CTO at Tripwire, I have the opportunity to go around the world and talk to many of our over 2,000 customers, this year virtually, about how their security configuration management programs are operating. How are they using them today? And what are some of the attributes of their programs that other organizations like yours might be able to take advantage of? I'm going to spend the next couple of minutes giving you some background on this important security control, and then a couple of quick case studies on it as well. So let's jump into it. SCM is a key to all security programs. When I think about security overall, I start with the CIA triad. Most of you are familiar with that triad: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. I'm going to particularly focus on that integrity piece today when talking about SCM. If you're an organization with cyber physical assets, industrial or OT systems, I'm sure safety is another key consideration that's top of mind for you, along with the CIA triad. No matter which security framework that you've adopted for your organization, for example, ISO 2700102, or maybe the CIS top 20 controls, maybe in the US, the NIST cybersecurity framework, or if you're in a particular industry, there are more focused industry regulations like, for example, IEC 62443 on the industrial cybersecurity side. All of them have key parts of their control frameworks, some level of change management and change control that's required. These may also be referred to as minimum security baselines, system hardening, or device hardening. For example, in ISO 27001, change monitoring or integrity management is all over different controls that they call out, but it also fits into change management, technical compliance checking, and the need for integrity is covered in other sections as well. It really comes down to the idea that if you don't know what systems you have, if you don't know how they're configured, whether that's the proper configuration, and whether these changes that are happening on your systems are actually the ones that are supposed to be occurring, there's no way that you can maintain or just plain know if these systems are secure. From a CIS perspective, you could hone in on one particular CIS control, like secure configuration monitoring. But having things like an inventory of your systems and applications requires a deep understanding of system state and how it's changing over time, and that can be covered in other CIS controls as well. An effective SCM program is the foundation of many of these basic controls. When I start thinking about the value of doing SCM, you can split that into different parts of the organization and the value that they'd be getting. Let's start with security, identifying when unauthorized changes are happening, building a forensic trail of what changes are actually occurring, and starting to compare those changes both against past state, but also against desired state. You're answering questions like, how should these systems be configured? What are your internal best practices? What do third-party policies say about these secure configurations? And what do your own internal security policies say about how they should be configured? Comparing that desired state against the actual state. Compliance is another key aspect. When we think about SCM, just about every compliance standard out there has some level of configuration monitoring and integrity monitoring that's a key part of it. Auditors come in and they may ask you, show me what your change management process looks like. Show me the evidence that you're following that process for ensuring your systems are in a secure state. That's really what SCM is often about on the compliance side, demonstrating the evidence, having that key automated control in place to be able to show that you're following this process on an ongoing basis. The third part is from an IT operational perspective. When you think about SCM and uptime and availability, when something goes wrong, the first question people often ask is, what changed? If the database went offline on a Saturday and you want to get very quickly to the root cause, if you have a reference in your organization of every change that happened to every aspect of that database system, then you can very quickly get down to see something like an update was applied Friday evening by the administrator, and then Saturday morning, the database stopped working. Those kind of rapid forensics help you very quickly to get to root cause, and that can help improve your uptime and availability as well. When I think about what are the important aspects you need to know about a particular system or business process, all of this baselining information about how systems are configured and how these systems are changing are important pieces. And it's a problem that people often start and stop integrity monitoring with the idea of, I'm just going to gather the information about what's changed. I think what we've learned in security over time is just the information itself is an avalanche of data. What you really need to be able to do is be able to get into not just what happened, but what should have happened. Was this an undesirable or a desirable change? Was it an approved change or an unapproved change? Was it a change that created risk for the organization I need to do something about? Or was it part of my business as usual changes? Those that are happening every day, week, and month that I want to log and record, but I don't want a human involved in reviewing those changes. Getting this deep information about what changes are happening and then having an effective process for identifying the changes and reconciling them back to what should have happened for your organization, that's what an effective program looks like. For some companies, reconciling the changes could be going back to a ticketing system, or it could be integrating it back to a DevOps process. The thing that's important is really understanding what are you going to do with this information. For some applications, that could be automated remediation of the issue. But for other traditional IT systems, it's really going to be up to the application owner or the system owner to actually go fix the issues. So it might be more about creating the automated workflow to get the right information to the people in your organization, not necessarily a technical action to go change something on the system. Now, let me give you two quick case studies of organizations that I've been working with around what their programs look like around security configuration management. First, a financial services firm, in this case, a top 50 international bank. For them, key attributes of their program was really focused around continuous monitoring, both for on-premise, virtualization, and private cloud infrastructure, as well as a public cloud elastic environment. For them, the real focus of integrity was around configuration standards. They needed to make sure when they were deploying new systems that those systems were securely configured against their standards at deployment and then throughout the entire life cycle of the applications. They wanted to ensure that their standards were being set up for each application and platform. And because they were a heavy DevOps shop, they wanted to make sure that the integration was directly into the DevOps process, so that when systems were being built, they could automatically get themselves into an immediate assessment, and then they could monitor that assessment across the lifecycle of the systems. When I think about the maturity of a security configuration management program, the scale of this organization's visibility, scaling it up to 1 million assets, is something that really showed this as a mature system. For this organization, it was also the application system owners who were going to be responsible for meeting configuration standards. So the job of the security team here was to make sure they could organizationally report and get this information out in a sensible way to all of the different system owners at that organization's scale. Being able to consolidate into a unified reporting and dashboard system was really important, and automation was absolutely critical because of the scale that they were operating at. It meant that they just couldn't do it manually. Now let me go through the second example. This is a large wireless carrier serving in the ballpark of 100 million customers. They've been doing integrity monitoring for a number of years, but over the last couple of years, the adoption of a new DevOps CI/CD pipeline has really changed how they think about integrity and change, particularly in their production server environment. In this case, they're working with CI/CD tools like Puppet and Chef, and what they needed to be able to do is to continuously monitor their production server environment to make sure the same process is being followed for every change that comes all the way from their source control system to their production servers. If they can trace the change back to an approved administrator who committed the change into source control, then they know it was following their process. Conversely, if a third party logged into the system directly, like instead of following the pipeline, they SSH into a Unix box and started editing files, they needed to know about those changes right away. And they do so by escalating those issues directly to their security operations center. When I think about the maturity of this organization's program, ongoing continuous monitoring of all the changes across their entire production server environment, that's something that's really, really nice to see. So a nice example of a mature process reconciling changes in an automated way in a DevOps environment. Tripwire has been a leader in helping thousands of organizations around the world build and mature their integrity assurance programs for over 20 years, encompassing everything from the factory floor to modern cloud applications to traditional IT environments. So no matter where you are from a maturity perspective, if you're just starting looking at how do I collect the data I need to do effective SCM, or you're looking to get yourself to the next level of maturity by incorporating real-time visibility, deep integrations to your existing IT infrastructure, and automating compliance across multiple standards and system types, Tripwire has the experience, the experts, and the technology to help. We offer our solutions as software you can deploy and run into your own, or as cloud-hosted services where we pair our Tripwire experts in running these programs with the proven Tripwire technology. Thanks so much for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Melzer, for being with us today and sharing these really interesting insights. Now, moving on, I would like to invite my colleague, Ms. Srishti Srivastava, to the stage.
Hello everyone, I hope you are enjoying the sessions. Moving forward, we now begin with our last keynote of the day. For this, we'd like to extend a warm welcome to Mr. Ved Prakash, Senior Business Development Leader from our Silver Partner, Thales Group India. Mr. Ved will be addressing on new challenges in cloud security and data privacy. Please welcome him. Over to you, Mr. Ved.
Thank you, Srishti. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Really pleasure to have this session and quite excited to be part of the interesting keynote session that we have lined up for you today. Let me share my screen and we'll straight away come to the agenda. So I hope the slide is
yes,
visible
we can see
to
the
all.
presentation, Mr. Ved. You can continue.
Yeah, thank you. So a brief about myself. I'm Ved Prakash. I'm the business development leader for Thales for India region, and I head the data protection solution. And the agenda that I have today is quickly to cover what does Thales do for people who are not aware of our area of expertise. Then we'll quickly jump on covering on what are the data breach targets. What this will help to know what type of data is really being sought after these days. And then what is that organizations are looking for today in terms of data protection and security? This will be interesting. And then the problem that is really relevant with cloud, taking a journey in cloud and addressing the data security in cloud areas. And we will see what are certain regulatory compliance guidelines and mandates that also help to address the data security issues when you're taking a cloud journey, and what are the kind of different stages of data security in cloud as the organizations take a journey in the cloud, and what is the technology offering from Thales for securing your data in cloud, which we will just cover in one slide, and the typical deployment architecture of the solution across the customers in banking, government, and enterprises, and then the key takeaway message. And if any time permits, we'll take up any questions. So coming quickly about Thales. Thales is a French company. We are in India since 1953. We work in multiple strategic areas, right from defense to government to banks, and I belong from the Thales Cloud Protection team, where we take care of almost securing 80% of the world payment transaction data. We had done a revenue of close to 17 billion euro last year, and we have 81,000 employees, and we are spread across 68 countries. So we are world leaders in data protection, comprising the encryption and key management technologies. So next slide talks about what is the data breach targets that are really being important for us. Most of us just consider that, okay, it is the personal identifiable information is the sensitive data that we need to protect. But no, it is also the data related to your financial information, which is where all your credit card numbers, all other associated details with that features in your transaction details, then your health information, where the information on kind of drugs or treatments you're going is equally critical. The organization's intellectual property, which writes information, is again very sensitive and needs to be protected. So you have similarly competitive information in terms of your pricing, in terms of the case studies, business plans, which needs to be secured when it is put in any of the servers in the organization. Your legal documents needs to be protected as well. And last but not the least, most important is the IT security data, which comprises your list of usernames, passwords, encryption keys, and security strategies like topology diagrams and all this. So these are the type of sensitive data that one needs to protect today. And the discussion would be in terms of identifying what is the control on the data itself that can be considered for addressing the current data breaches which we see happening around. So that brings me to the next slide, which talks about what actually organizations are looking for today. So typically, if you see, the current requirement is actually using encryption as one of the foundational technology, or as which acts as the last line of defense on the data itself to protect. And organizations typically are looking at encryption for data at rest. Then if the data is moving, it's data in motion. Most important, while you are doing encryption, how are you doing the key management part of it in terms of the life cycle, right from the time the keys are created to distributed to being archived and rotated periodically. And very important aspect with key management is in terms of controlling and defining the access. Who is accessing these keys? When is the keys getting rotated? And when your organization is taking a journey in cloud, how are you addressing the aspect of security in cloud? So these are some of the 5 areas of focus for organization which are in their digital journey and transformation and considering a movement into the cloud. So some of the information on this slide talks about what has been the data record that is exposed so far. I mean, you will be astonished. There's 2 billion records of data has been exposed in cloud so far. And what this signifies is that businesses are not applying adequate security measure to protect the sensitive data in the cloud. So this is where we need to really understand that there has to be the controls built in for securing your data when you're taking a workload in the cloud. So what is that we should be doing is what I will cover up in my subsequent slide. Before that, what is the number one challenge that the decision makers, the IT personas in the organization are facing in terms of taking a journey in the cloud? The number one is in terms of understanding how do I get to control of the data security in the cloud scenario? And how do I manage respective to audits and compliance regulations that are applicable to me? How do I control the encryption keys that are being there in the cloud, which helps me to get in command in terms of maintaining the security on the cloud infrastructure? And very important point out here is that how do I address this decoupling of the encryption keys from data sets? What this means is that there is a regulatory guideline we will see in the next slide, which says that encryption keys should always be segregated and separately managed from application owners in a certified key management solution. So how do we address all these concern areas is the number one priority today for any of the decision makers in the IT organization who is taking the journey in the cloud. The second slide talks about the shared responsibility model, which cloud service providers illustrate often on the website in terms of what is that the responsibility for the customer to falls in versus the responsibility for the cloud service provider. Whether you are going for infrastructure as a service or platform as a service or software as a service, you see the data and the security around the data becomes a customer's responsibility. And that is where it is very clear that you need to be in control for the data rather than leaving it with the cloud service provider. So some of the key functional problem areas that organizations face when they take journey in the cloud is typically in terms of key visibility. Now, cloud service provider portals provide you a limited visibility and transparency in key management, storage, access by their users, and even by their privileged users. So that is one of the pain areas that comes through. The second one is the data loss, where you see there is insufficient authorization control or the DR services to ensure that keys are not accidentally or intentionally deleted. And also when a request to delete cloud resource is made, it may not result in true wiping of the data, either because extra copies of data are stored but are not available, or because the disk to be destroyed also stores the data from other clients. So that becomes again a significant disadvantage. The other one is vendor lock-in situation that often happens with the cloud provider, where it becomes difficult to migrate to another cloud provider when you're looking at a multi-cloud strategy. Then attaining compliances both from internal and external regulation that ensure that the encryption keys should be in the control of cloud user. That is again fundamental point that becomes important to address. And of course, the most important is that key management. How is that being done? Because native cloud service providers key management has a very limited ability to automate the life cycle of keys, especially across multiple subscription. And a lot of manual interventions are there, which is prone to human error and complications. Next slide, I'm talking about how the reality of managing too many of silo encryption solutions currently exist in organizations today. You see, we all understand that use of the encryption has grown over a period of time, and companies historically have rolled out too many single purpose encryption tools, products that can only secure specific type of data, systems, or environments. And as a result, there is a growing complexity of managing multiple disjoint technologies, which leads to a very complex, inefficient, and expensive proposition. And that makes organizations today to look at a compelling alternative to get rid of this piecemeal approach which exists in terms of protecting the data. Next slide talks about the guidelines, especially applicable for banking sector, which are moving their workload on cloud. Point number 11, typically see IDBRBT has very clearly came out with the FAQ saying that banks should retain the control and ownership of the data moving in cloud. And this is something where organizations need to look at how they adopt or bring the control in terms of managing the data security in the cloud. Now, Cloud Service Alliance is a third party which is dedicated in terms of bringing the guidance on best practices when one is taking a journey in the cloud. And they also have very clearly mandated that the encryption keys shall not be maintained by cloud service provider, but maintained by the cloud consumer or the trusted key management provider. So this is which also says that you need to take control of the encryption keys by yourself rather than leaving it with the cloud service provider. RBI came out with a detailed guideline which again talks about establishing a robust key management system in place and ensuring that you achieve a separation of duties in the encryption process which is implemented in the application, and make sure that all the keys at different applications are managed without fail automatically and keys are rotated periodically. So overall, from compliance, from the initial background, we see that you are responsible for the data security. So what is that you need to do? And this becomes very important for organizations to look at the measures that you need to adopt in terms of addressing all those problem areas that we just covered. So next slide talks about the different stages of the data security in the cloud. Typically, when we move any workload in the cloud or the application, the basic is where application says that I am giving encryption and we're keeping the encryption keys within the software. Now, that is the most ineffective and most premature way of doing the data security because if any vulnerability in the software is exploited, your encryption keys are also easily compromised, and that makes the whole activity of doing encryption redundant. The second step is where you depend on the cloud service providers, native key management services. The only problem with that is that the control of these keys is not with you, but it is with cloud service provider. What it means is that in theory, their administrator can look into your data, which you won't want, and no organization would like to have. So that is where sticking to the use of native cloud key management service becomes a binding, in a limited, has a lot of limitations. So the approach, which is the next level, which gives you control of managing the encryption keys going in the cloud, which is called bring your own key. We will discuss more about that. And the most advanced approach where you take the whole encryption engine or whole encryption process into the cloud, which is called bring your own encryption, and you're not dependent on the cloud service provider. So it gives you total control on securing your data in the cloud, and hence you don't use the native encryption technique provided by the cloud provider, but you bring your own protection measures. So that's where bring your own encryption is the most advanced mechanism to address the security concerns in the cloud. So how do we use these options of bring your own keys or bring your own encryption or depend or just continue with the native cloud encryption? So the basic measure is that if it is a highly sensitive or confidential data, you need to have as a bring your own encryption control around it. And if it is something where you have this data which is sensitive in nature, you can go with the bring your own keys. And if it's a public kind of non-critical data, you can accept the risk by giving the control away to the native cloud providers. The Other important aspect in terms of key management is that you need to see have a mechanism of completely automating the life cycle management of these keys, the encryption keys. So typically, the manual approach which the cloud service administrator do is where you have a lot of manual operations which are prone to error. Whereas in automated process, everything which you see the steps from creation to backup to deployment, rotation to deletion, all things are managed in an automated fashion with no human intervention. So the overall approach to way forward to protect your workload in cloud is actually bring your own keys and bring your own encryption. Now, these two scenarios are applicable if you are moving your applications as a SaaS or as a platform as a service, then bring your own key in measure works. And if it is as an infrastructure as a service, then it is bring your own encryption control that organizations currently are adopting to ensure the data security perspective. So the solution that addresses all these problem areas across the cloud and even on-premise infrastructure is called CipherTrust Data Security Platform, which addresses right from discovering and identifying where your sensitive data is, helps you to classify the data as per the sensitivity level. Then basis of that, you can use the controls that are required to protect the data either by encryption or tokenization, and manages the complete life cycle of key management for on-premise and on-cloud. So all from single console or from the same graphical user interface, you can carry all these three or multiple integrated functionality of finding the data, doing the risk mitigation, and doing the key management. So this is the platform that Thales offers to the customer and has been implemented across the leading organizations in banking, government, and enterprise customers to address the data threats and data protection measures in light of the data digital transformation journey in cloud that organizations are taking. So brief architecture, which looks like the where you have on-premise source of key manager which generates the keys, and then it is migrated to cloud where it is being used by the native cloud service KMS for addressing the encryption process, and brings the control actually to the organization's team. So we can discuss in detail on this, how we have implemented, and organizations which are looking in terms of addressing these areas from bring your own key and bring your own encryption can discuss with us. So the key takeaway that I wanted to have with everyone is that the certain measures are being fundamentally important for data security. Number one is definitely to encrypt the PII data. Second one is to have a cybersecurity strategy which resides from focus on data to across perimeter. And third one is that file-level encryption approach addresses 90% of your customer needs alone for the encryption, both for structured and unstructured data. The very important part is that you need to have a decoupling of encryption keys, which means that both encrypted data and encryption keys need to be kept in a separate environment and should be managed separately through a robust key management solution in place. And when you're taking a journey in cloud, then definitely bring your own encryption or bring your own keys the way to secure the data in the cloud. And last, most important is the data encryption technology currently prevents you against all these new type of ransomware attacks, as well as helps you to protect from the insider threat that arises from the privileged user abuse or the root users who get access the sensitive data. So I would last be in my concluding slide, which talks about how the security and privacy measures both are closely coupled with each other, where you need to implement security to ensure the privacy protection. And this is what would be required in terms of managing both the important aspect in terms of the data protection as well as complying to the regulatory privacy norms. So I would end my presentation here, and if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me, and would be more than happy to discuss it further.
Already live in stage 1, 2, and 3. Thank you, Mr. Ved, once again.
Right, when we use card now, people are used to saying getting OTP even for bank transaction. So when something you introduce new as a payment method, to get mass adoption, it takes some time. But once it is adopted and becomes a common method, then you can build upon that, and you don't want to ask many different ways to do. Today I see some glitch in UPI. It is not a single threaded transaction, right? You have a merchant, you want to pay through UPI, but then it waits for some time. You have to go to the UPI tab and basically submit the payment. Sometimes because of the network glitches, it doesn't work. So it is a friction, and also it is not a very seamless user experience that might deviate people from using it. Mobile wallets were initially there, and then people were using, but then the KYC mandate also made some people go away from that, right? So those are glitches that we have to see how in nationwide we can have a platform for payments which is very, very easily usable at fingertips, which is our mobile today, and how we can have a very consistent user experience. Then we can come back to the security. Now, of course, I want to touch base on a little bit on the security, frictionless authentication we talked about, right? We all understand that we are in the fintech as in is your financial data, it is your cardholder data, it is a very sensitive, we call it PII information, right? Personal identifier information. We do not want that information to be leaked or hacked or breached in any way. So how do we do that? Even with this, is there a way? Is the solution is to ask for multi-factor authentication all the time? Maybe that's not user friendly. If you keep asking me multiple factors, I probably lose track of that, and the time goes, right? And suddenly you have to start all over. Those are the experience we have seen. So how can we make our technology more automated? Because there is no dearth of latest technologies that we use today. So I think we are looking at, and I think from the world of cybersecurity, I can say we look at latest patterns for machine learning and AI to automatically detect system anomalies. When end user or consumer enters his credentials or data, how do system detects the device fingerprint, the keystrokes that the person does, how fast he types, is client credentials and client blueprint, and how do we automatically collect as a behavioral data, and how do we analyze that as a behavioral analytics we do? How do we collect the biometric automatically? You don't have to actually specifically make effort of it. So system automatically connects all of these factors, and if that raises the risk, like suppose I'm logging in right now from India, and in an hour I log in the different IP address from US, it's definitely a geographical alert that I have, right? One of the factor in behavioral analytics. So how do I raise the risk? Only when you raise the risk, of course, you can ask for a second factor, because we don't want to compromise your hard-earned financial data to be lost and the money behind it, right? I think that's about it. There is something new came up recently, something called safe click checkout. So transactions which are under 3,000 rupees, we do a network authentication. So these are newer ways that we started implementing, right? It's a network level authentication. You don't have to ask a second factor, even OTP, which is mandated by our financial institutions. So you just do network level authentication, because that is a contract between the issuer and the acquirer and the merchant, that this is a limit, and this is a high value end user or a consumer. He definitely has that much money, even if he's not able to pay around say 3,000 or 5,000 per transaction. There is a cap, there is a reserved quota for that particular high value consumer. And with that transaction, we don't ask any extra factor or no authentication. It's a network level authentication. It's a safe click checkout that we saw. So there are newer ways we come up with, but it should give a seamless experience to user. It cannot be complex, because a mass population in India, rural India, where there is no, it's a literacy factor, financial literacy, I would say. It's not the normal literacy. Financial literacy is not penetrated that much that people would understand what is the information I'm giving. Is this identity theft? It is my financial information. How do I do my payment? That's why they go back to again cash, because it's very easy for them to understand. One paper given, one paper retrieved, right? It's very easy. So I think we should look at all of these factors, and I think probably I'll touch base on security aspects little later when we go around the table. But those are my thoughts around it.
Okay, great, thanks. I'm going to come back to you and Monica on a number of these things. I think one thing that we've all spoken about is the complexity. So, Renuka, let me take this to you. We really have increasing complexity. There is a hope for interoperability. The RBI mandated interoperability for the wallets, and that was done through UPI, etc. Now we're talking of newer platforms. We're talking of the NUEs. So you're going to have maybe somebody coming in on one app on UPI to a gateway and then going out to somebody else. And, so how do you, for the user, if there's a failure or he pays, he's debited, the merchant says, I didn't get it. The merchant says, you pay me again. Where's the accountability? How do you ensure that, so that there is trust? And, what are your thoughts on the things we do?
Sure. Thank you very much for having me here. I'll respond to that and a couple of other things that I heard my co-panelists say. So the word that I heard underlying what everyone was saying was this question of trust, and how do you get consumers to use some of these products. I think that one thing that's very important is what is the regulatory framework that you have at the back end, so that for the customer it's a frictionless experience. And this regulatory framework has to be at multiple levels, right? So it has to be at the time of onboarding, and that's where things like KYC regulations are important, and what is the friction the consumer faces when he or she is trying to sign up to one of these apps or to make some sort of a transaction. There is a regulatory framework around the time the transaction happens, and that sort of speaks to what you said, Prashanto, about if things go wrong, who is responsible. And one way the regulatory framework can deal with this is how we are dealing with it today largely, which is to mandate XYZ things, where the regulator seems to be taking a decision on what is it that will lead us to security, or what is it that will lead us to ease of transactions. But the other way, it's not that the regulator hasn't done this, but I think we need to investigate this a little further. Because how do you build liability frameworks so that when transactions happen between the different players, you have a card issuer, you have a network, you have a payment aggregator, then there is a payment gateway. Now, as a consumer, I don't see all of this, and if something goes wrong, it's important to figure out where in the chain did things go wrong, and how do you apportion liability to various providers. And if you do that right, then what you're doing is incentivizing the businesses themselves to take care of some of these things and put in their own checks, instead of by diktat saying that you have to do XYZ things. So I think that's one area that requires significant amount of work as more and more players and platforms and users who are not particularly financially literate start accessing the system. And finally, I think that the other place where regulation needs to play a very important role is when things go wrong for the customer. So it's one thing to apportion liability and you solve that problem between the players, and maybe the consumer gets her money back. But there have to be better grievance redress procedures, so that you again have regulations around the grievance redress procedures, so that the players, the businesses, are incentivized to have these GRMs so that they can solve consumer problems, and it doesn't have to go to an ombudsman. So I think that a system where you have to keep going to an ombudsman is just inefficient. What you again need to do is to incentivize the businesses to solve the problems when they arise, because the businesses should be scared that the consumer is going to the ombudsman. So I think that, if I had to summarize what I said, I would say that we need better and more streamlined regulation on KYC so that the process is smoother. we need better liability frameworks so that we don't do micromanagement of how security standards should be applied. I think businesses are better equipped to figure out how to deal with the risks, and when they have a liability, they'll make their decisions. And you of course need better grievance redress procedures so that they are incentivized to service the consumer as and when the problem happens. I think if we get this back end right, then some of the issues that the other panelists also spoke about, which I agree with them on, is to how do you onboard more consumers and get them to use digital services. I think those will become easier and frictionless.
Terrific. Okay, so that's a wide range of things, and I'm going to get back to you on some of these, including the KYC issues, the regulatory framework, the liability. So let's stay on this thread of the from the liability, the complexity. So complexity clearly, I mean, that's given in terms of at least number of systems. They're going to have more payment systems. Okay, we are going to have the NUEs. There may be one more UPI or another second or a third. So there may be 2 or 3 competitors to UPI. So I think one question I'd like to put to all of you, maybe starting with Monica, is that is interoperability something that we really push for? We've had, I mean, there is some limited success there. Interoperability, for example, has been mandated in through UPI in the PPIs, mobile wallets. Mobile wallets, now earlier you went to a shop, would have a QR code for ATM and one for MobiKwik, one for Oxygen or something or the other. Now it's one QR, and if it is a BHIM QR, Bharat QR, whatever, that is one way, or the other two use UPI to make sure that basically use that QR code. But how will it work when you have multiple platforms? For example, you don't really have interoperability in that same way between cards and the PPIs at this point in time. Given the thing on accountability also that Renuka said, it's fairly complex. So do you think interoperability across diverse payment systems is something to aspire to? Also, I'll throw one more thing into the mix. People have asked for light touch regulatory environment. The Vatal committee said light touch. So we don't want overwhelming regulation from RBI, which is going to manage. And in the sense, it's been pretty good in that sense, because if you take the TPAP setup, they say we don't regulate the TPAPs, we regulate UPI. And it's up to NPCI to figure out if the TPAPs are complying or not. So that's one way to do it, and you could argue that. What do you think works on the interoperability? How much interoperability should we aim for so that anyone using any payment system should be able to pay to Monica, thoughts on this?
So, Prasanta, it would be a utopian world if we could have that in reality. And I'm sure we'll probably head there at some point in time. But I'm not sure that that's actually required, because a person using a card may possibly be using it for very different purposes than a person using a digital wallet. And somewhere the obfuscation has actually happened with the large big tech players like Google, Apple, Samsung actually coming in, which by creating an OEM to actually be the holder of a card transaction or of a card, therefore having a card resident on a mobile and making that be the form factor with which you make a payment. So the same goes for wearables as well. As we all move towards more digitization, I think that is one space which is called connected devices, which is expected to grow. So when we talk about interoperability, I really don't think that the user as a consumer, I and you, would care about whether there are systems that are interoperable or not. I just care about making a payment and getting done with it. For me, the confusion arises when I don't know where the accountability lies. And the perfect example which you also brought up, which is about what the Vatal committee also recommended, which is about light touch regulations, is because we have so many players in the mix, where does accountability lie? So for example, a bank normally owns the card instrument because it is the issuer of a card, and a network actually provides a network authorization, settlement and clearing cycles. So it is responsible for making sure that that part of a transaction actually goes through. But it is actually the eventual wallet holder or the wallet provider that is responsible responsible and is interacting with the customer daily. So when there are issues, the customer normally tends to reach out to the wallet provider, but the wallet provider has absolutely no control over the transaction because it neither controls the customer and the data, and neither does it even understand the transaction because it is basically acting as a pass through. Now this is important. Now as payment professionals we understand this, but as a user, when you are the recipient of a failed transaction, you do not understand this and you shouldn't have to. It's that is when the RBI steps in, and Renuka talked about the ombudsman. There have been cases where for a 5 rupee transaction an ombudsman has been put in and stepped in only because there has been mistrust in the system. I think those are the issues that we have to solve, because when a TPAP comes in or a third party application comes in, it has to be regulated or at least follow the compliance guidelines. Therefore, the customer support and handling has to be something that must be managed, because once a customer loses trust in the system, then I think there is never going to be a returning customer. And also on the other side, it is for each one of us in the ecosystem to therefore provide and open ourselves up to be able to expose certain pieces that are critical for customer handling and support. And we tend not to do that because financial transactions and support data is also very, very private and has to be maintained with the highest degree of security. But the question is, in these kind of scenarios where we are now having layers over layers of over black boxes, which are actually the ones that actually make transactions move and payments happen, how do you manage the trust which normally belongs to a customer dealing with a player who is many, many layers above the actual black box dealing with the transaction? And I think that is where the complexity is increasing, and this is where data, privacy, security, and anything associated with customer trust gets entangled. And that's where we are at.
Okay, terrific. I think interesting perspectives there, Mridula. I'm wondering if you agree on some of them. So this thing of interoperability being utopian in a sense. So I think one way to look at it is, I mean, note the UPI example with DPA, that's one. But I think one other way of getting interoperability sort of implemented is at the acceptance point. Today, increasingly at merchants, if you go to POSs, the modern POSs can accept a wide range of payments. So it's not just cards, they can generate a dynamic QR on the screen, and you pay using a wallet app, TAP or whatever it is. You can of course use contactless, you can use a phone which has tokenized, whatever. So maybe that's one way of doing it. In your view, has interoperability worked very well anywhere else, or are we in new territory and it's kind of working pretty okay the way it is in India? How would you go about implementing interoperability across such diverse range of systems?
Yeah, so Prasanto, I think a good perspective. I think I like the way Monica has put together. So for us, right, we should not just blindly take the definition of interoperability in this space. Interoperability here means, as you just mentioned that word acceptance, and we are coming to that, right? Earlier, if I had Paytm, I had to scan a different type of QR code, and Google Pay, I have to scan a different QR code. So at the point of acceptance, whether it is at merchant, acquirer, right, at that place, if that interoperability is implemented as in one consistent interface to accept payments with one kind of wallet, maybe I have a wallet, maybe I have a UPI, but for consumer, do not expect and do not overburden a consumer to install many different applications, many different wallets and UPI system for me to do my day-to-day transaction, a seamless payment. If you want me to be digital, right? If I have a GPay, or if I have a particular UPI or mobile wallet, it should be enough for any acquirer or merchant to accept my payment. So acceptance side, if you do that interoperability to accept one interface, and doesn't matter behind the scene that interface or that QR code which actually results into a server URL, whether that is accepted by a GPay based system, UPI based system, mobile wallet based system, or debit card based system, whatever that we come up with, or any tap pay, right? So that is where I think interoperability makes sense for us. As we say, right, behind the covers, consumer doesn't understand or doesn't need to understand what technology is being used, whether there is an interface, a technological interface being maintained between different banks together, or different country specific, whether RBI or Bank of England, or we don't care, right? How do you maintain the interfaces? How do you make it interoperable? That is up to you. But as long as me as a consumer comes to do a transaction at the merchant, I want to do get services or get goods. If I'm able to pay with one wallet or one UPI or one debit card that I have, I think that acceptance makes sense to me. I call it as interoperable, right? I think that's where the crux of things stand from the consumer perspective. One more point I wanted to make on that accountability perspective, right? I think now we have to be, even now we are getting digital, it has to be global digital. It cannot be just country specific digital, which I think. And this RACI that we call, right, responsibility, accountability, all this concept and all this means that we have to see how globally it can be same, because today's consumer is a global consumer. People travel. If I travel from India to US, I get into completely different system there, right? In US, people still use heavy transaction on debit card. They don't use UPI as much as Asian country APAC uses today. And the liability is also different. If you go to US at the banks, and the liability, because they don't mandate second factor authentication, so that means the liability ownership is mainly taken by banks. They actually reserve good amount of money for everybody's security for transaction, so they take a lot of ownership and liability. But if you come to India, if you come to APAC, because the regulation is there to have a second factor by default for OTP for any transaction you do, whether it's online banking or card payment or anything, I think the liability transfer, it shifts from issuer or banking system or financial institutions to a consumer. And consumer has no information whether the card issued by bank I should talk to, or the network provider, or the payment network is somebody I have to resolve my issues with. And that's where I think the confusion is. And the liabilities differences, I think we should get to a point where it becomes very generic, very one system and one policy for all. Otherwise, if I go to US, I'm free, right? I don't care. I just happily do transaction. Nobody is asking me OTP. If I come to APAC, there is so much restriction because I know the liability is with me. And that is a good point I think we discuss in between. I think Renuka mentioned that when we talk about liability and accountability, if you give it to the parties involved in between, they automatically take care of security. Because if I'm responsible for something, if something happens as a fraud or breach, if I'm supposed to pay out, I will better make sure of there are the checks and balances done in terms of security protocols. So those are the things I would connect to all of these points.
Okay, great points there. I'm going to take up some of them. On the globally digital, and earlier you mentioned the AIML frameworks, which are being used in global models and to quickly learn envelopes of fraud. How challenging is that in an increasingly balkanized world where there hands of data centralization? But I want to take that up if we have time, because I just want to take this question to Renuka. That in terms of the liability framework, now one thing we heard about was this globally digital, increasingly complex payment systems where there may be global, you may have payment gateways which are global, you may have that's there. Second is there something that you've seen working well? So one example is with cards. Okay, it seems to be fairly clear that the user believes that there is liability with the issuer, or at least if there is a issue, or if there's a hack or the card is lost, they know who to call. They call, I don't know, Citibank or whoever issued. Fairly straightforward. But now increasingly with the various digital payment systems, you may have multiple parties involved, not just in the payment. I mean, for example, my driver, he started digital payment. He took up a mobile wallet, most popular market, and he got hacked. So he got payments being made from that mobile wallet. Then he found that the mobile wallet was getting automatically charged from his bank account. Okay, and that bank account, he had not set it up for an automatic recharge. There should have been an OTP. Somehow that got, now he has lost trust in the system and he said, I'm not going to use it. And here clearly you don't have a single point of liability, no single issuer, because there is a connected bank which is saying we have nothing to do with this. You have set it up. What do you think works?
I think that the example that Mrudul gave about how you don't have two-factor authentication in the US and payments go so smoothly is an example of what works. So I love doing transactions there because I don't have to worry about this OTP business, the way that I have to worry about in India. And I think that, again, like she mentioned, the banks and card issuers have figured this out themselves. And you will have different risk management systems based on where the transaction is happening. So if the transaction is happening in, say, a building where you know that the crowd is, for example, homogeneous, where you know that the crowd typically, so let's say it's an office quarter or there's a Starbucks on the ground floor in BKC, the kind of transactions, the security systems that you might place in for transactions that come through that IP will be different from that come through another IP. And hence I think that this is an example in the US where liability frameworks actually work. It does get complicated when you have multiple players, but perhaps one way to solve that is for these different players or for the bank to get into contractual agreements with the different players, because ultimately they are linking to the card issuing bank or they are linking to the bank where the account sits. In which case, if you can get into contractual agreements like that, such that when something goes wrong, these contractual agreements come into play and then the liability gets decided, then the onus is again on the service providers to solve their risk management and security systems, and not on the user to make sure that there is an OTP each time. So I think that the OTP system is incredibly inefficient. You are making me waste my time on this, every 500,000 rupee transaction that you do. If for some people this amount is huge, fine, you have it optional. But to mandate these kind of security measures, I think is inefficient. It's painful for the consumer, and we need to have these kind of contractual agreements and liability frameworks that will solve the problem. You can also solve the problem through GRMs, right? So you have grievance redress measures whereby if this framework doesn't work and the regulator is then able to pinpoint blame, you figure out how you will apportion these things. In large infrastructure projects, for example, we know that different service providers come into a contractual agreement saying that if the fault is below a certain amount, this is how we will apportion the money across each other, because it's just cheaper to do that than to go investigating where the fault arose each time. So I don't claim to know all the models through which this can be done. I think it's for the businesses to figure out how this can be done, and for the regulator to facilitate these kinds of measures so that we don't do this, these extremely micromanaging regulatory interventions, such as OTP for every 10 rupee transaction, and such as not having cards stored so that, if you had to go through Amazon, Netflix, now, of course, that deadline has been postponed. But I think, again, those measures are coming into place because we are doing micromanagement and not having better liability frameworks to solve the problem. I can't hear you, Prashant. I think
I'm sorry. So sorry. The card on file issue really has been, almost a nightmare for a lot of things, and they pushed it out. But they really should have looked straight away at things like organization and so on. On the other hand, they have listened in on certain things. For example, standing in directional factors being waived in intervening is, of course, the time issue and so the deadline, and again that got pushed out. Or contactless, for example, when made now, but it's not actually been it's not been implemented very smoothly. But I want to just quickly, we have about 5 minutes, so I want to just pick up a few questions. So we have Gupta who's asking, when are we going to get rid of link failure in banking connectivity? So Digital India depends on connectivity, and we do have connectivity challenges, even though some of us, but many of us who are in smaller towns, then there are internet lockdowns, there are entire states like which have not had proper connectivity on wire. So what's the answer? So one thing which is being experimented with is offline payments in various ways. So very low value transactions which can be, and there are some RBI projects in sandbox that do that. Any thoughts on this? How do you handle this entire when you have the entire population being pushed in one direction?
I think mobile wallets is one thing where there is a sufficient amount of money that is held offline. That could be one way where you don't need to transact online. I think those are few things. Even on the card payments, all the payment digital networks are coming up with the solution where if there is a drop in the network or connectivity, as I said, right, it's between the issuer and the merchant. There is a contractual agreement saying that this particular customer based on his identity identified as a value customer. You don't need to basically immediately check on authorization and settlement or clearing for that person. You can use the bank you reserved fund to use that could be made offline. So there are many ways coming right now because people do understand these nuances and the sticky points where internet connectivity and network can drop. So I think those things can help as far as I can say.
Any thoughts, Monica, Renuka? How do you handle, digital India with the internet?
I actually think that the government has been doing a fine job of looking at what the issues are and looking at a little bit of a carrot and stick approach. But I think there need to be stronger and stricter guidelines in terms of trust and performance. And if performance guidelines are not met, then there has to be resilience that is built in. And therefore, the ability to be able to also monitor what these performance parameters are and penalize the associated parties accordingly. Having data systems that people are able to switch off because they were trying to vacuum. You've heard of this very famous story where somebody was trying to vacuum in a particular bank and they basically turned the entire system off and card transactions started failing. Now, that is something that we can't live with, not in digital India. And this happens all over the world, by the way. This is not about being in India. The important thing is to therefore have the ability to have resilience built into the point that when there is failure, there are other redundancies that are built into the system, and then we don't have these outages. And when there is an outage, then customers are informed about the outage because everybody understands we are all human. Not being informed and therefore then being left to just like on the last days of typically your income tax filing, etc., and left to the last day, being in that rut, I don't think that is something that is acceptable to any society.
Okay, so we are running out of time. 2-3 minutes left. We do have a number of, I think some of them are observations. Security and convenience go hand in hand. That's from Anil Chiplankar. Regulators act in the best interest of consumers and more so from the perspective of securing. We've seen in the past that sometimes regulations may be heavy-handed or they may actually align with incumbent and players, etc. But I think we have seen the RBI, reasonably open to newer platforms and so on, because there's a lot more things which have been recommended in the other coming. So I want to. I think we have a minute to. I just want to give each of you just a last. What to see as the biggest challenge going forward, as we step into multiple new payment systems, and we want to get all. Like you mentioned, the date. Absolutely right. I mean, hundreds of millions of those are simply putting the money in the account and at the most they're taking it out of the ATM. We're not able to get them to inspire. So, what is the challenge that you see in seeing transactions ramping up? Is it? I'll start with you. So, you already said liability framework is one very big. Do you see that being addressed or being considered?
I know. I think we are some distance away from that, though I hope that discussions like these take that forward. The other thing that I would say is that we need to rationalize our KYC procedures, and I see we have 13 seconds left. So I am going to stop here and say better cost-benefit analysis before we put out regulations and let my other panelists speak.
Thanks so much, Monica.
I think we need the ability to be able to trust our users with being able to do their best, but we first need to empower them with the right education and invest in infrastructure rather than trying to subsidize cost of transactions.
Okay, great points there. Again, one could get into a new panel on that, whether you can actually trust the billion users, believe it. We'll have to take that another panel. Mridul.
Yeah, just I think I agree with Renuka and Monica. I just want to close with the comment on cybersecurity policy. because cyber breaches affect public and private assets without making any distinction, right? That is something we have to understand. There is nothing public, nothing private, and we definitely need very, very coordinated responses, and stronger public-private collaboration is required for securing this critical infrastructure and systems. That's what I believe. The second point I want to make in that front is cyber risks are not by definition, they are bounded by any definitions or geography. As I just said, right, we have to be global digital. So rendering public and private assets. So if some breach happens, some fraud happens in any company, it's a global company nowadays, right? If we are rendering that public information, breach data, taking somebody's credit card information from dark web, it is going to impact businesses, end users, everybody, complete economy. There is no boundary to it. And then assets become really vulnerable without any discrimination. Doesn't matter whose private data it is, right? So it's very, very important to build a system which are not vulnerable, which are resilient, which has redundancy, as we just spoke about. Because if the system that we build, right, all the systems are IT systems where we do payment transaction. These are all built based on technologies. So if there is a vulnerability which is masked at the time of build of these payment systems, and if it is masked, it will creep up as a destruction, big destruction. So it's very, very important to take a cybersecurity policy right from security by design, right from implementation to deployment very seriously in this payment digitization. So that's what I would say, and I would end my comment with that.
Security by design, absolutely. And I think this is a great note to end on. Clearly, we have a very, very exciting space ahead with huge, huge challenges up ahead in terms of getting these billion users to trust what they're doing, especially when they've encountered failures and worse, maybe fraud. And I do hope we see that uptake of these multiple systems happening smoothly as we get into the newer NUEs and so on. Thank you very much, panelists, and thanks for all your inputs. I wish we could have taken up some of them in, but I'm sure we'll have space for full panels on some of the things. Thanks very much. Back to you,
Thank you
Anand.
so much. Thank you, Prasanto. Thanks, Renuka, Monica, for being great panelists with me. Thank you.
On behalf of DSCI, I'd like to thank all of the panelists for sparing your time and making this a very valuable, insightful session. I really enjoyed the session personally, and it was very educative as well in terms of contactless payment and how the ecosystem is growing and how we can secure it. Again, thank you so much for your valuable time and contribution. And for the audience, please go have your lunch break. We'll be resuming session at 2:15 now. Yeah, great.
Thanks.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Welcome to the panel discussion on digitization and inclusion and how India revolutionized identity, onboarding, and authentication. We have with us Ms. Shalini Warrior. Ms. Warrior is Executive Director of Federal Bank since January 2020. She joined the bank in November 2015 as the Chief Operating Officer, with her primary responsibility being operational excellence coupled with digital innovation. In May 2019, she took on the additional responsibility of Business Head of Retail Banking Products. She is a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and stood first at All India level in 1989. She is also a certified associate of Indian Institute of Bankers. Ms. Warrior has about 3 decades of banking experience. Prior to joining Federal Bank, she worked with Standard Chartered Bank in multiple disciplines across various geographies that included India, Brunei, Indonesia, Singapore, and UAE. In her current role, she leads the bank's initiatives designed to enhance customer experience and operational excellence through automation and digitalization. She is also responsible for delivering innovative retail products to the existing and prospective customers of the bank. She's a well-known banking personality and has represented the bank at various fintech and technology platforms in India and abroad. Welcome, Ms. Warrior, to the panel. We have with us Mr. Bomireddy Ramamohan Reddy. Mr. Ramamohan is the founder and CEO of Digital Trust Technologies, which is in the business of securing the process of digital transformation through products and services integrated with country-specific digital ID initiatives while achieving the compliance with the local cyber laws. He leads Team Digital Trust with visibly raw passion to create value and innovation, and an entrepreneur, technocrat, and firm believer in creating value. Ramamohan is widely recognized and highly acclaimed expert in the field of electronic ID, digital ID, and security strategy consulting. He has had diverse experiences in technology and entrepreneurial zones in his 3 decades of career across Middle East, Asia, Oceania, and Africa. He led the teams providing security and strategy consulting to multiple eID initiatives, including Emirates Identity Authority, Malaysian National ID Card, and National ID Card of Bahrain. Mr. Ramamohan is also a governing council member of Cybersecurity Center of Excellence, set up jointly by Data Security Council of India and the Government of Telangana. Welcome, Mr. Reddy, to the panel. We have with us Mr. Chuan V. Hu. Mr. Chuan V. is the Group Chief Information Security Officer with ST Engineering and has been in the IT industry since 1992 with more than 2 decades of experience in information security. He provides thought leadership, formulates and implements strategic technology development, manages professional services and cybersecurity operations. He also volunteers as the Asia Pacific Technical Advisor for ISC Square. Prior to ST Engineering, he was Executive Security Advisor at IBM Security and was honored as ISC Square Asia Pacific President's Award honoree in 2014, ISC Square Senior Information Security Leadership Achievement honoree in 2013, among other accolades that he has received throughout his career. His career includes various IT management roles in the financial and telecommunications sector regionally. He is also an authorized instructor with ISC Square, having lectured at Nanyang Technological University, Institute of System Science, National University of Singapore, and Temasek Polytechnic. Welcome, Mr. Hu, to the panel. We have with us Mr. Siddharth Kukatlapalli. Mr. Siddharth is the co-founder of Citizen, a startup incubated at T-Hub. Citizen offers a number of digital identification products, including Aadhaar-based attendance system, Aadhaar masking solution, and Aadhaar core engine for KYC authentication and subsidy management, alongside others. He handles business development in Citizen and has also played a key role in bringing in their initial clients like Muthoot and Telangana government to the organization. Siddharth was successful to onboard MasterCard as an investor in Citizen, making them only the second organization in India to be funded by the payment giant. Currently, Siddharth aims to onboard at least 10 state governments and also key names in the BFSI to Citizen's clientele. Welcome, Mr. Siddharth, to the panel.
Thank you.
We have with us Dr. Janki Ram, who is the chair and moderator for this session. Professor Dr. Janki Ram is presently the director of Institute for IDRBT, an institute established by the Reserve Bank of India. A PhD from IIT Delhi, he was awarded the Boy Scout Fellowship in 1997, the IBM Faculty Award in 2007, and Yahoo Faculty Grant in 2009. Having authored over 150 research papers, Professor Janaki Ram is the editor of 6 books. His books on grid computing, building large-scale software systems, and grid and cloud computing are very well received. He has steered many research projects of national importance with success. He was the principal investigator for a number of projects, including mobile telemedicine for rural India, which was an Indo-German project, peer-to-peer concept search, which was an Indo-Italian collaborative project, among other projects that he has successfully delivered. Prior to joining IDRBT, he was a senior professor at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Madras. He is also a visiting professor at the Rochester Institute of Technology in the States. His current research focus is on building large-scale distributed systems and challenges in big data processing along with cloud computing and blockchain technologies. Welcome, sir, to the panel, and over to you.
Yeah, good afternoon. Before I go to the panelists, very esteemed panel members that I have, let me make a few opening remarks on this subject. What I see is India is, for the first time, seems to be a leader in the digital identity space, which we should all be proud of. We started this journey on the digital identity sometime back with the Aadhaar, introduction of Aadhaar. But I think we moved now to a different phase in the digitalization, what we famously call now as the JAM Trinity, the Jan Dhan Yojana, Prime Minister's Jan Dhan Yojana, and then Aadhaar and the mobile seems to have created a confluence that seems to have achieved a massive financial inclusion, which is for the first time, I think, as the finance ministry claims, there are about 32 crore new bank accounts that they were able to create with about 80,000 crore rupees in these bank accounts. A phenomenal achievement, that has been achieved in the past few years. Now, I think some of the things that the panel will suddenly answer is the way forward. We have achieved a lot of success, but we suddenly would like to see what is the way forward and what are the challenges in the road ahead that India has charted for itself. In my opinion, this is very important because we want to retain our leadership position and do much more experimentation to move forward in this journey of digitalization. A few points that immediately come to my mind is basically what we have created as a digital identity is the first step. This probably will enable to people to secure bank accounts, but that's not really enough because this makes financial inclusion possible, and some subsidies management certainly and fraud avoidance in the subsidy distribution as happened in the gas connections is really something that we've achieved. But this is not enough. What we probably want to go forward and then look at it is, how does this financial enablement, for example, if we want our citizens to have access to credit, then how are we going to move forward in that space? That will require much different digital identity. Just Aadhaar card will not be enough. You need to have enough information on the credit history of the person, so which means that we need to enhance the digital identity of the person going forward. That's something that we need to think about for financial enablement. The other most important thing that comes to my mind is, how do the medical insurance is always a big challenge for all the citizens. The government is moving in its own way in terms of how medical insurance can be provided. But going forward, what I see is suddenly a different kind of a digital identity needs to be maintained so that people's health coverage can be always ensured. Because the medical records and medical history going forward going to be very critical for extending insurance in a seamless way for the citizens. on a continuous basis. One very important thing, if you notice, is with the vaccination, India is able to provide now a digital certificate, which was touted as much more an advancement than most of the advanced countries like United States, only giving a paper certificate, whereas we are able to now give the digital certificate for people who have got vaccinated. And this is very important because now if you want to open up the economy, you want to see based on who got vaccinated and whether he can be back to the job, all those things will become very easy with this creation of the digital identity, So suddenly I see that we are in a very interesting times as far as creation of the digital identity. And with these few words, I probably would like to go to the panelists with specific questions and then see how our esteemed panel members have to say about our digital journey. Let me first go to Shalini madam, and then good afternoon madam. As you can see, India has followed a very unique path to the digital identity, creation of the digital identity, and this has resulted in massive benefits, as we all know. But what, in your opinion, are the good takeaways from this journey that India has followed, path that India has followed, and what you think are the important lessons that we have learned in the path, and for others also to learn from our journey and emulate this journey, and especially from the purview of digital onboarding of the customers and digital experience, onboarding experience for the customers,
Good afternoon, Dr. Janaki Ram, fellow panelists and all the participants. Indeed, a pleasure to be here. And thank you very much for your time this afternoon. I think that's a very good set of introductory remarks that Dr. Janaki Ram has said, and I'll take it off from there. So clearly, Aadhaar has been a big differentiator for us for the banking industry in general from an onboarding perspective. Prior to Aadhaar, there were multiple IDs that were there. There was either a voter's ID or a driving license, or some instances a passport, and all of them faced issues of being very paper-driven, and authentication was always a challenge. But with Aadhaar, we've clearly come a very long way. So as an example, in Federal Bank today, 90% of our accounts are opened through just Aadhaar authentication. It's made the entire process seamless, digital, and saved a lot of time for the customer. So he gets an account opened in as close as about 10 to 20 minutes. The whole account opening experience is completed. So what are some of the kind of broader perspectives on this? So I'll take it at two levels. At an overall level, Aadhaar was definitely, or a common identity like Aadhaar is necessary, but I don't think it was sufficient, and you've alluded to some of the other stuff that has helped. So first, I think clearly there's been a very big role for regulation. The Reserve Bank of India has used Aadhaar as the basis to permit KYC. So, it came out with the right set of regulations, because otherwise we would have had a situation where we had Aadhaar, but no enabling regulations. So the first one is regulation that supports the use of Aadhaar for account opening. The second is, again, the whole kind of revolution that has happened in internet, telecom, mobiles, the availability of smartphones, data packages being available, etc. So it's enabled us as a bank, for example, to kind of give tab-based account opening even in the remotest corners of the world, of India, sorry. You can go to any remote corner, and with a tab you can open an account. So yes, regulation and the mobile kind of telephony revolution has helped. But there's also a broader kind of agenda of this, which is the drive from the top. I think you spoke about the Jan Dhan accounts, and this clearly came due to the huge amount of focus and attention at the government level. And more centric to banks, I think the whole culture of customer-driven innovation, which banks have adopted. So between regulation, the mobile telephony availability, the ubiquitousness of data availability, and the whole drive from the top, as well as the culture of innovation, I think all of that has come together to ensure that we were able to use Aadhaar. So Aadhaar is necessary, but is definitely not sufficient for this journey of onboarding. At a more micro level, when you come to kind of digital onboarding, some of the lessons we learned along the last couple of years as a practitioner, as somebody who's actually doing it on a day-to-day basis, One, I think, is how do you design the process to avoid any friction. So the process design has to be clearly very, very smooth and customer centric. The second is the need to ensure complete transparency and openness, because you need to tell the customer what are you taking the Aadhaar for. I think it's imperative that banks adopt the transparency and openness that is there. The third is to ensure consent is obtained and treat that consent with respect. It's meant for a particular purpose. Treat it with that respect. Don't misuse it as an institution. And last but not the least, ensure that data is protected, privacy is maintained. Encrypt it. All that stuff that I'm sure my fellow panelists will also be speaking about. So I think it's the coming together of all this that has helped us make the progress we have. Where do we go from here? I'll just briefly talk about the fact that there is still a lot more innovation I think we can do on Aadhaar. And I think the vaccination is a very good example of how we've taken Aadhaar beyond things. So I think e-sign, and I'll refer to it maybe a little later in the panel, how we've used the e-sign process as part of our onboarding. The other is what we can do with things like the GST network on current account opening, because Aadhaar addresses you and me opening an account, it addresses. But when it comes to citizen coming to open an account, we still face some challenges of getting identity proved, etc. Maybe the GST network could be a good way to kind of overcome that. So I think that's really the way forward. E-sign, addressing the opening of current accounts, addressing loan account opening. Some of those challenges will come up. But I think the culture of innovation and the platform that has been set will help us. That's clearly my view, Doctor.
Very nice, madam. I think it sums up what is the experience of banks, especially on the use of Aadhaar. Just to bring to the notice of you and other panelists and also the listeners, IDRBT has started working on a video KYC using blockchain, which will become part of even stack, so that the pain of citizens in terms of doing KYC multiple number of times can be avoided. This is something going forward we will be doing as part of IDRBT. Let me go to Ram Mohan. Good afternoon, Ram Mohan. And then let me ask you this question. From security perspective, there are quite a few challenges on the way ahead for India. In terms of how we are going to create our digital basis authentication from the security point of view. What, in your opinion, is the way path in terms of this massive financial inclusion has increased the surface area of attack for us? So from that perspective, what do you think our approach should be for the security? Which is very vital for our digital infrastructure going forward.
Thank you very much, Dr. Janaki Ram. Before straight away going on to the security aspects of the whole thing, I want to touch base on a digital ID as a concept itself. I'm sure everybody knows what is digital ID, but then still I would like to say what I think digital ID is. Basically, the very purpose of digital ID is to ensure the transaction security and compliance in the digital world and create economic value, and at the same time achieve the citizen convenience. And all of us are very, very aware that this is the huge and the biggest challenge that one can ever think of, because on one side you're talking about security and compliance, on the other side you're talking about the convenience. They don't go together. So unless we strike a balance between among these three factors, the success of digital ID program, I would call it as a program, is under question. So India has achieved quite a bit and ahead of so many countries in the world. But now it is the right time, like Madam mentioned. I will go a little one more step beyond that and then say, now it is time for India to take a step back and then look at the entire ecosystem and address the redefine and address the roles of various stakeholders and the responsibilities and the authorities and the compliance requirements. So it is time for India to take an ecosystem approach. Yes, we have taken Aadhaar as an initiative. We have taken GST as an initiative. They're all in silos and bits and pieces we have taken, but together it is a massive program. Understood. Now, to sustain the leadership in the world in this particular area,
it's time, I would call it as 2.0 vision needs to be defined for our digital ID program, which in my view is an ecosystem approach. Typically, when you say digital ID, it is like Aadhaar number. It is a unique identity number given to a citizen. Associated with that is a basic identity profile, and associated with that is a set of credentials, which in the digital world are used for authentication as well as digital signing purposes, right? So the credentials could be the cryptographic keys, like public key infrastructure related things, and the biometrics as well. Biometric is going to play one of the key roles in this entire ecosystem. Gone were the days where fingerprint is a de facto standard of biometrics, and then the predictions are that facial matching and the voice biometrics is going to take over typical traditional biometrics. And I would say voice, basically because the infrastructural requirements for voice-based biometrics is bare minimal, and you don't need a quality smartphone also. Like you need a decent smartphone for facial verification. So these are some of the things that India needs to look at and take an ecosystem approach by defining the stakeholders, redefining the stakeholders' roles and responsibilities, and create a central verification or a digital ID adoption infrastructure, rather than leaving it to individual service providers to take their decisions by just providing some SDKs and APIs and things like that. Take a platform approach, create an entire digital ID adoption framework at the national level, and let everybody subscribe to that service, and then so that we ensure that everything that is happening in a uniform manner, irrespective of the service provider and the citizen. In coming back to the actual point of security, since we are saying mobility is a de facto standard, mobile is a de facto last mile enabling platform, and we all know how vulnerable the mobile platform is, right? So if we have to talk about self onboarding with highest level of security, and the balance between the transactional security and compliance and convenience and all that, it's a major challenge. Some of the issues could be the devices could be rooted or jailbroken, and there are sensitive data that you have everywhere in the entire platform. So can we use white encryption technologies to ensure that the sensitivity data is protected? And there is one of the key elements that the hackers try is the reverse engineering of the code and things like that. So do we look at code obfuscation at various levels, not only just in the mobile thing? And can someone introduce a rogue component in the entire ecosystem and then try to steal the data? So can we talk about authentication with code signing among all the critical components of the entire platform, including the mobile platform? So these are some of the areas that we need to take a comprehensive look at. And end of the day, anybody who is deviating from these principles, there has to be highest level of deterrence. So the legal aspects, like Madam said, legal aspects have to be tightened. I think the book of standards are always there, but the enforcement of that right to the ground level is going to be one of the major challenges in this. So this is what I feel as a way forward, keeping in view the security aspects, keeping in view the ecosystem approach for Indian digital ID systems.
Thank you, Ram Mohan. That's really nice. And I think security first approach is what we should be adopting going forward. And suddenly security cannot be reactive. It has to be proactive and predictive in the digital world, because by the time the attack happens and you detect it, it already would have done the damage. So going forward, I think ecosystem approach is probably one that we should seriously consider. At IDRBT, we have this 5G lab, and we actually look at security of 5G as a first requirement when we are developing the use cases for 5G lab. Very nice. So let me go to who I think is joining from Singapore. So good evening to him. And then my question to you, Ho, is see, India has taken this approach of first implementing the Aadhaar and then looking at legislation that actually now following, or is looking at the legislative aspects of digital identity. This suddenly got to forefront the privacy issues. We are dealing with a large number of issues relating to privacy of the digital identity. In your opinion, what are the privacy concerns that we should be addressing from a global perspective, and also have a data governance design, going forward? Your thoughts on this?
Thank you, Prof, for the question. In my view, if I were to surrender my data to the custodian who's going to manage my information, I obviously will put a lot of trust on the provider or the custodian. The main issue I see so far in industry is actually the day two operation. How ready are the custodian in responding to an undesirable incident? For example, loss of PIIs. A lot of people say it's easy to do it, encrypt the data, but at some point along the line, data will be decrypted and they'll be open. In the last couple of months, at least 12 to 18 months, we have seen a lot of ransomware attackers hitting a lot of companies worldwide. Even though we have customers who have their data encrypted at rest, somehow the bad guys still manage to steal some of those information and executed what they call a double extortion. Those are really, really bad news because when it hits an economy, the consumer will start to lose confidence in the providers as well as the custodian of the data sets. So the question is, how ready are we in dealing with the day two operation? Well, we can do a lot of things up front on the encryption part, prepare the design, but a lot of developers that I come across will always say that once the system is ready, they'll just say, well done, job is over. We'll leave the operation of security or cybersecurity to the next party. And usually they are the unlucky ones because they are expected to maintain and hold the data of integrity. So to me, education is key, training is key, because a lot of time people say that they know what it's all about, but when they are faced with a real incident, you find a lot of times they are not able to execute or carry out the respective or necessary remedial actions. That's all I have to share for the time being. Thank you.
Oh, excellent. Actually, the need of education need to be understood by the entire society. Going forward, I think creating the cybersecurity skills, in my opinion, is extremely important. Without those skills, safeguarding our digital infrastructure is going to be very, very difficult. You made a very good point, Ho. Let me go to Siddharth. He is our startup representative. So Siddharth, in your opinion, what kind of innovation we should be doing in this space to realize the full potential of the digital identity going forward?
Sure, sir. Thank you for the question. First of all, very good afternoon to the fellow panelists and to the viewers. I hope I'm audible, sir.
Sure. Please go ahead. Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah. So I would like to, as you rightly said about the JAM initiative by the central government, whatever has happened has started because of that. Our startup also we had started because of the Aadhaar, kind of a push that the government has given. So I would like to let you all know that we are the exclusive Aadhaar solution provider to 4 state governments. That is Tamil Nadu, Telangana, Uttar Pradesh and Andhra Pradesh. So in these 4 state governments, sir, as you initially pointed out, that one of such schemes that has been, digitized with Aadhaar is the gas or LPG kind of a subsidy. But what we have done is we have taken it to the next level. We have integrated about 100 different schemes that include DBT and also the good governance schemes for all the 4 governments put together. And we are currently performing about 5 million transactions on a daily basis. So previously, DBT was very tedious. It was time taking. And more importantly, it had a lot of, manual intervention. That's where all the corruption was, and that's where all the delay of providing the service by the government was. So with the help of system that we have developed, that is a subsidy management and the DBT system that we have developed, we were able to, eliminate the fraud, eliminate the requirement of a manual intervention. And we have saved about 350-400 crores for our government clients put together for all the schemes that we have implemented. And I would like to let you know that even though we have done this much, I still am of the feeling that we have not just started off. Innovation, a lot of stuff has to be further implemented. And I would like to thank COVID-19 because of the pandemic. What we have developed in this COVID-19 phases is the facial matching and liveness solutions. Everyone started becoming cautious about the Aadhaar ecosystem because everyone has to go and touch the fingerprint panel. The same fingerprint device has to be touched by multiple people. Will I contract the disease? If someone has it somewhere, I am, susceptible to it. That's when we started to develop this facial matching and liveness solutions. And very happy that the government is trying to, adapt to these kind of technologies. We have given this to Telangana and Odisha governments through tenders recently. And Telangana is now the first, government in India where transport services, about 33 different transport services are offered with the help of a selfie. And now even in Orissa, the statement given to us was pensioners are scared because they are 60 plus and they don't want to come and visit any government office. Can you offer any kind of services to us? So there we have provided the facial services. Now it is called live certificate with a selfie. So we've done this, we have implemented this across, but I still feel that it's a long way to go. A lot of innovation is coming up. Governments are, taking up use cases where, facial matching, Aadhaar can be used. I have only said 100 schemes. There are about thousands of schemes that the government is giving to the citizens. And we would like to be actively participating and help the government and also the BFSI sector in, providing innovative technologies.
Excellent, Siddharth. I think now we should compliment you for working in the COVID challenging situations and seeing positive aspects of the pandemic.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yes. Yes.
Let me go to Shalini Madam again. As you can see, Shalini, I think Siddharth, with the kind of innovations the fintechs are doing, they're going to give you a run for your money. The banks have to really struggle hard now to innovate now. So in your opinion, what are the things that the banks should be innovating faster, in this digital identity space, especially to make it more frictionless for the customer and then become more customer friendly, I think,
Thanks for that. 2 points before I get into it. One, we don't see fintechs as competitors. We see them as collaborators. So happy to collaborate with any of the fintechs. Federal is doing a lot of work with fintechs. We have about 300 APIs in our sandbox. At any point in time, 50 partners are talking to me on something or the other. So that's kind of on the side. The second is, I think, on a smaller scale, what Siddharth mentioned about liveness checks and facial recognition. Actually, we struggled a little bit with employee authentication for CBS. It used to be biometric at the start of the COVID, and the same issues that Siddharth mentioned, which is that our employees were apprehensive about using fingerprint. And therefore, we had to bypass that and didn't have a two-factor authentication for some time for core banking till we implemented both iris and face. And now we do authentication of our employees for access to Finacle, which is our core banking solution, using iris and face. So overcome that issue. So on a smaller scale. But coming to your main point on what more is there, I think there's clearly a lot more to be done. So I'll give you a couple of areas, I think. And it's more about innovation, customer-centric innovation. So one, I think I alluded to it a little earlier. I don't think we've done enough on onboarding from a asset perspective, from a loan account perspective. Today, I think a savings account, virtually everybody has moved to doing it through Aadhaar, video KYC, all of that is available. All banks are doing it, and it's pretty seamless in that sense. But when you want to take a car loan, when you want to take a home loan, when you want to take any of those, the process is still a little more tedious, as we all know. That's an area of innovation. We've started with something small, which has proved to be quite useful to customers, which is for a car loan, we have a tablet-based solution which rides on the principles of the same thing. So KYC done through Aadhaar, the documents are signed through e-sign, and the evaluation is done in two ways. Because you've got to evaluate the credit history of the customer. So one is all, the CIBIL scores, etc., are pulled out. We put it into a business rules engine, and it turns out the results. But in some instances, that is not enough. You have to actually review financial statements of the customer, and for that we use a capability which reads the financial statements, converts it into the PDF data, is converted into data and given to a credit analyst to be able to take a decision. So I think the greater innovation that we're working on right now as a bank and as a banking industry in general is the use of all of these techniques that we're talking about to ease the account opening process for loan accounts, and what I alluded to briefly, which is current accounts. How do we make it more seamless to onboard? MSMEs are a very big sector in our economy, as we all know, but opening a current account for an MSME customer is still fraught with a lot of issues. There is a lot of identity proof issues, beneficial owner identification issues, etc. So those are the couple of areas where I think we need to do some more work on. And this can only happen when a couple of things happen. One is culture of innovation. Bankers have to increasingly become more entrepreneurial in nature, keeping in mind the regulations, which is why we say, we may not be able to be entrepreneurial completely, but we're happy to associate with fintechs like what Siddharth has or any of those in the market, because I think they bring a mindset which is very different from a banker. So it comes like a marriage of the kind of two capabilities. But the culture of innovation is very, very important. There's also regulation. Today, I said regulation has helped us on savings account onboarding. Regulation also needs to now kind of come to pace with what can we do for opening of current accounts, etc. I think between these two, we should be able to make things. But the next set of innovation, in my view, will happen on account opening from an asset perspective. How do you secure a mortgage? How do you make sure that all the documentation is done, the CERSI registration, all that stuff that happens in a loan account? That's where I think the largest amount of innovation will happen. We are still learning. I think the car loan is just one example of what we've done. We still have a long way to go, but it's all work in progress as we speak.
Yeah, excellent to know that the big tech and the fintech, you see them as collaborators, not competitors. I see them as you collaborate to compete now, right? So I think it's a good thing moving forward. I think I'll go to Hu with this important question of data at rest and data in transit. With the fintechs like Google Pay and all these coming into play, I think a lot of data is going to even cross boundaries, and then stay in different geographies, What, in your opinion, we should be looking at from risk point of view, compliance point of view, what is the way forward in this space,
Hey, hi, sorry guys. I hope you can hear me well.
Yeah.
Okay. To the question, well, I'll cite that as more like a digitalization of whatever you guys are doing in India, and it's always a good thing to be in the forefront. But somehow cybersecurity or information security, it's not always on the list. And at the current stage that you guys in, it is important to revisit with some of the key design considerations of what you have in place. For example, there's a lot of talk about zero trust, even from NIST, they talk about zero trust. How is that been translated into the solution that you have in India? Because zero trust is only a concept, it's only the outcome. But how do you get there? I heard about, people talk about PKI, two-factor authentication, but zero trust does more than that. It talks about authentication as well as authorization. And like what I mentioned earlier on, in day-to operation, there are a lot of things that we tend to overlook. When you're running in a system or solution, how do we ensure that they have the users or operators have got the least privileges to manage? Because most of the time, it just requires an insider to just cook up something, and then you can exfiltrate certain data sets. And then also manpower segregation of duties. A lot of times, you can have one person who does everything. He's a system administrator, network administrator, and so the security administrator. Again, a single point of failure. And lastly, it's good to hear that fintech companies are also collaborators. A lot of time I've seen with my own eyes, how do they really do solution designed by security by design? A lot of time they say they do it, but actual fact, you look at some of the data fields I come across, do they do to the level of field validation and verification? Some of these are all very basic concepts, but again, when people are into the groove of getting a solution out the door, they tend to overlook all these things. It's like what I mentioned earlier on, training, retraining, awareness, because the threat landscape changes. And Prof, you slightly mentioned also about blockchain. It's good, and why are we not leveraging on some of those new technologies to make sure where we are going, to give the consumer a peace of mind? Thank you.
Yeah, very nice, and that gives me the question for Ram Mohan. Now, as you can see, this emerging technologies like 5G, blockchain, quantum computing, all are changing the landscape of security. So, in your opinion, how is this emerging technologies landscape from security point of view, and where we should be investing on these technologies going forward? You're muted, Ram Mohan. Can you unmute?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you once again. Let's face the facts. The technological advancements are available for both bad guys and good guys. And I said bad guys because they always are ahead of good guys. So let's not worry about that fact, because it's a reality that we need to deal with. This is point number one. The point number two is that when you talk about the quantum attacks and then 5G coming into the play and all that, the current crypto systems, they're basically based on integer factorization problem. The other one is a discrete logarithm problem. The third is the elliptic curve DLP. So these are the things that the crypto systems are based on, and these systems are prone to quantum attacks. Now, let's hope that at some point in time, we will have crypto systems which are quantum attack resistant. But having said that, I don't think we can prevent the attacks. If we try to go with a prevention as a strategy, we might actually either fail miserably or end up spending so much with probably unsatisfied results. So the strategy should always be a balance between what to be prevented and what are the things that might happen, and when they happen, how quick is our response, how quick we can get into the act and then minimize the damage possible. The third element, which is a supporting element for all this, is that have we created enough deterrence for the people to get into such acts? When I say deterrence, it is just not a book definition called, let's say, if somebody tries to attack critical infrastructure, and he will be fined 10 million. But then the 10 million fine may take 20 years. So do we have enough legal and enforcement systems to ensure that there are enough deterrents for people to get into such acts? Again, having said that, people do get into these, and like I said, bad boys are always ahead of good boys. So that's a reality. The other part that I missed in the previous question is that one of the most critical steps in the digital world is to create a digital twin of a real world human being. How authentic it is, how authentic this process is. It involves obviously the self-onboarding and various steps that are involved. End of the day, how authentic this process of creating the digital twin is. And do we have forensic evidence for such a process of creating the digital twin in the digital world, so that at any point in time that can be verifiable? This is going to be one of the key elements in the ecosystem approach that we have to take as a country. So coming back, yeah, let's hope that someday there will be quantum resistant crypto systems which will evolve. Thank you, Doctor.
Very nice, Ram Mohan. In fact, I wanted to make this observation of digital twin at the end. You brought it up before me, actually.
I'm sorry for that.
No, it's nice actually, because we seems to think alike. So what I also feel is, going forward, we should be looking at creating a digital twin from creche to cremation.
Yes.
So that as from birth we have our digital twin created somewhere in the cloud, and then it comes along with us with all the required identities, so that we don't need to carry anything ourselves. That's, I think, is our probably ideal this thing which could become frictionless, and we don't need to carry anything. The digital identity keeps updating itself. In fact, I felt, in fact, that's one thing that I wanted to see going forward. It's a vision. For example, all the medical history, if it is automatically stored there, we know that we don't need to carry any of this ourselves. So those things will become very, very useful for us. I think we are, as I can see, Anand, as
put the timer on.
Now I think the timer also has come up there with 4 minutes. And Anand, should we open up for any questions from the audience?
Yes, sir. We have 2 questions. We'll take that up, and then we'll close with your closing remarks.
Sure.
Yes, sir. So one of the audience has asked, what are your views on crypto identity built over ledger technology with a blockchain registry instead of a conventional digital identity? So that's the one question. And the other one is around data security at rest as well as data security at transmission. Can blockchain solve this problem of data security at rest as well as transmission? So if these 2 questions we can club and answer quickly, and then we'll close with remarks from Dr. Janaki Ram sir.
Sure. So any of the panelists want to take up those 2 questions and answer?
Yeah, maybe I can throw some light, and then Siddharth can add on to it probably. Yeah, basically the blockchain as a concept, it provides a platform to have immutable records, but then people have again proven that we can still extract data from blockchain and things like that. So we need to look at a combination of the blockchain as a technology plus the cryptographic principles applied on top of the blockchain as a way forward. And in terms of digital identity, definitely the distributedness of the digital identity availability. Not only that, when you say digital identity, it is not a one-time. The profile is not a one-time. Like Dr. Janaki Ram said, the profile is not a one-time access. Today I may be a good guy. Tomorrow I may turn to be a bad guy. So there is a continuous due diligence which is important. That is when the blockchain as a technology will make an immense level of impact. So that the entire thing put together, the initial profiling plus the ongoing due diligence can be made immutable with the cryptographic principles applied.
Okay. Anyone else want to answer that question? I probably will attempt my own answer at the end.
Sorry, I'd like to just add on to the previous speaker. Then,
Yeah.
I was hoping that the authorities of the state will support this initiative, because blockchain, there are 2 types of blockchain. There's a permission blockchain, there's also a permissionless blockchain. And like the previous speaker mentioned, if we can have the state authority to implement a permission blockchain, can ensure that everybody play according to the rules, then we will definitely have something really good coming in the future then. But the problem is when this solution is not done in a proper manner, haphazardly, it becomes very difficult to trace. Again, a blockchain will give you a lot of anonymity, and then at the same time, if you want to trace back all this information, it's difficult if you don't do it correctly. Right, thank you.
I think IDRBT is actually now looking at the blockchain-based video KYC and with zero knowledge proof layer, so that this gives a completely new way of solving this digital identity problem. From that perspective, the question asked was very nice, because I think going forward, what we require from the privacy point of view and also from the security point of view, I think we should suddenly look at permissioned blockchain systems, which will store the information, and a zero knowledge proof layer, so that whatever is not required is not passed around, So that also will address the issue of data at rest and data in transit, and what needs to be really shared across the parties. Because unnecessarily, all that you want to prove is that you want to give the proof but not the data. So that's where the zero knowledge proof comes into picture. And if we create that layer along with the blockchain, I think that's probably a good way to go forward. In fact, IDRBD is working on this thing now, and also it will become part of the India stack. As you know, the government of India, MIT, has actually started this blockchain project. The national blockchain system, and they also released the specification for that. IDRBD is also part of that effort to create the national blockchain system. And then one of the key things we want to make it is the video KYC as part of that national blockchain system, which becomes eventually part of the India stack. So there are things that we are looking at, and certainly I think we have great comments from all the panelists, and I think it's a wonderful panel. I really enjoyed, and hope everyone, our listeners as well as all my co-panelists, I've enjoyed this panel. And with these few things, I think let me close this panel and thank all my co-panelists. Anand, back to you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the speakers for sharing their thoughts and insights with the viewers. And so to the audience, I'll request to switch it over to auditorium for the closing remarks. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you, Siddharth and Ramon and Chuan. Thank you. Bye. See you.
Bye. Bye. See you.
So now we come to the culmination of the 2 Power Pack days at FinSec 2021, with industry workshops, plenary session, panel tracks, and keynote presentations across the 2 days. With this, I would like to invite Ms. Rama Vedashri, CEO DSCI, for the closing remarks. Welcome, Ms. Rama Vedashri. Yes, Rama.
Can I start?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Sorry, I could not hear you.
No worries.
So thank you, Jatin. And again, thank you to all the delegates and the speakers who have joined us in the third event of FinSec, a third edition of FinSec, which is one of our flagship events. I would first of all like to thank all the speakers and the delegates who have joined us. If I'm not wrong, we've almost had 95 plus speakers and across 15 sessions, including some master classes and workshops, and of course a lot of plenaries and panel sessions. What was interesting was the cross section of organizations and roles from which we had the speakers. We had speakers from startups, young product companies, global technology companies, several CISOs and technology heads from large financial services institutions, both global and Indian. And we also had a lot of privacy practitioners and privacy experts. There was a very rich array of technology showcase in our exhibition booths. I'm hoping many of you all have actually gone to the exhibition to be able to look at some of the emerging solutions and products that our industry had to showcase. What was interesting was the rich variety of themes. Many of them were themes that emerged out of the post-COVID situation, or as we move into the next normal, where we might have either an extended work from home or a blended operations. several workloads moving into cloud, either public cloud or hybrid cloud. Several of our solutions, there was a lot of, there was one session completely around contactless payments or privacy implications for the finance sector and what should be their privacy programs as they move forward with all the learnings of GDPR and other privacy legislations across the country. I think we had several themes. What was very important was a lot of some of the sessions were discussing around consumer trust, around resiliency. There was a very nice session where we had 4 CISOs from the banks talking about the future role of the CISO in the financial services sector and what could be their role charter and what is their changing expectations, not only from their organization but their board. And I think in terms of fintech and financial innovation, we had a lot of discussions. You will agree with me that conference of this kind with such diversity of technology, security, privacy, policy, or regulation kind of impact conference cannot be held unless there is support from subject matter experts, leaders, and practitioners. And we are very grateful for the 95 plus speakers who have come on board. Some of them are very senior officials from various institutions who have taken the time, particularly in the month of April. We are staring at a situation where, some of them have had a partial lockdown. Despite all of that, they've joined us. Also, to host a conference like this on a virtual, I think the technology platform plays a very important role. I would like to thank the Zadal team. This is the first time we are hosting a conference. I hope the delegate and the speakers have had a good experience on that. And many of our sponsors who have done master classes, who have brought in experts from various parts of the geography. I think there were some speakers who had come in from the US where probably it was 2 a.m. in the morning or 3 a.m. in the morning. I would like to thank a lot of our sponsor organizations and other industry members who were able to get in their senior colleagues from other geographies, whether it's Asia Pacific and US also, at very, unearthly time zones. So particularly, I would like to place on record our team's appreciation for Tenable, SentinelOne, Kaspersky, Microsoft, Tripwire, Tails, Swift, Gurukul, CyberArk, AWS, ISC Square, and also CISA. And we've had more than 900 plus delegates, a lot of them from BFSI, but also some from other industries, of course, from IT, ITS, and the security technology, product and services industry, and also from government. Some of the takeaways is something that I'm sure our team has taken notes from most of the sessions. Recordings would be available. We do hope to take up some of the themes that we have started in FinSec at the beginning of this financial year to do a lot more deliberations with our CISOs and with the startup and the services industry members, so that with the rising cybersecurity threats, there was a lot of discussions around threat intelligence and all of that. How do we collectively collaborate, share some best practices and learnings? I think we always keep repeating that when it comes to cybersecurity and dealing and mitigating breaches, there is no competitive advantage. Industry members need to collaborate. I do hope this conference brought that experience sharing, best practice sharing. When if there's a large bank which is sharing, there are so many other smaller financial institutions which can learn from that, right? There was very good discussions around privacy yesterday. There was a panel even today. I think there was one around AI. There was a lot of discussion around what is the impact of AI as AI is getting integrated into so many technology solutions, including security and the personal data of the way the financial services institutions almost deal everything with that, right? And what since last April, ever since the pandemic broke, at least in India, what is the changing role of the CISO, and how do they have to redefine and reimagine business resiliency, as in when a situation like this happens, so that we are not only prepared for short-term disruptions, but look at the enterprise risk, particularly given the kind of threat landscape we have, the kind of breaches that are getting reported across various sectors, including financial services sector. There was a lot of discussion around that. And primarily, I think the focus around this conference has been on the for the time ahead, maybe for the next 12 to 18 months time frame or the next 6 months time frame. There was a lot of discussion around that. And we've been discussing in a lot of our virtual webinars some of these paradigms like zero trust network architecture. How do we look at zero trust zero trust for anything and everywhere, including devices and workloads. I do hope that the conference had, some of these deliberations. Several industry members brought their subject matter experts to look at where the technology trends are headed and some of the new product portfolio. I'm sure you'll be able to evaluate. We'd also looked at some young startups discussing around what would be, the financial sector and in terms of the threats and how they're going to get mitigated. So, and one more area that we were looking at is as AI and ML becomes core to every cybersecurity solution or maybe even privacy technologies, and the country maybe in the near term or a little mid-term gets into a large-scale 5G rollout. How do we go ahead and look at what could be the threats, including in terms of wearables and all of that? We will continue on some of these themes as individual standalone roundtables or virtual webinars. But I think some of the insights from this, we will spend some time, reflect on it, and hopefully, share some of these invites to the broader community as and when we share the, the proceedings of this conference as our video sessions, right, as the recordings. So I would like to thank the entire, motley, bunch of speakers who have come from various organizations and the delegates and our industry partners who have helped us with it. A conference like this, there's several team members, several functions in the DSCI team, whether it's the events team, marketing, membership team, policy, and the technical team. All of them contribute to this. And as we do some follow-up discussions, I do request all of you all to actively participate, because I think whatever we take up in terms of an initiative or a program, it's always in consultation with our industry members so that both the security industry and the user enterprises in banking and financial services. As I announced in the inaugural, we are this year going to work on a privacy framework or a privacy guidance document for banking and insurance sector. We will be coming back to that. One of my colleagues will reach out to all of you all as we develop that and as we start our consultation process. That's something that I do look forward to your support. And several young early startups which are being incubated in the National Center of Excellence, or some of the startups that are coming out of our application challenges or Grand Challenge program. I do hope the BFSI industry, who have always led the way in terms of adopting the latest or the best of breed technologies, both on the digital side and on the security side, will continue to support them. So thank you for joining us in our first flagship event. We do hope all of you stay safe and healthy, and your teams. And in the current, rise in the pandemic, I do hope all of you all stay safe, and not only on a health-wise, but also from a cybersecurity perspective, because it looks like we are staring at a slightly extended work from home scenarios. We've dealt with this last year in the first quarter. I think we're again dealing with this in the quarter. That learning is behind us. That learning is with us. And we do hope the CISOs and the teams and the privacy teams do give increased attention. As and when we hear more from the regulatory side for BFSI or the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy, we will surely conduct more briefing sessions as and when we hear from the government. So thank you all, and thank you for joining us. Stay safe. Do continue to participate and collaborate with DSCI in the various forums that we host. Thank you.